Good morning, Stony. How are you? How's the day going? Well, come on in. There are so many news. So much stuff happened that I wasn't aware was happening, but it happened. So, that's that's good. Um, yeah. I mean, for you, it's probably the morning, seeing the time at what you send me images. Hmm? 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 Cybersect, hi. Well, come on in. How's the day? We have good news and bad news. We're going to start with the good news for once. We're going to start with the good news because, that's useful. That's good. Good news, always good. That's not true. That is not true. But heart related, because that's the good news. I went to the cardiologist to make sure that, pharmacy and the thing on Monday to check if there was an issue or not an issue and so on with the pain that I had. They told me, Cat, hi, welcome on in. They told me basically the thing that we did was an overshoot. So the blood pressure was too much, which was we knew, and then we counteracted too much. So basically, by me simply removing stress from my daily life and energy drinks altogether, it would have been probably enough. But with the medicine on top of that, I was depleted in terms of energy and blood pressure and everything. Like basically what they said is like 10.8, which is where I was usually, is the low end, very, very low end of like it's fine, but it could be higher. Like it's kind of low. Like basically it's kind of low. And 12.8, which is where I am most of the days, is the regular ones. So with the medicine on the like end of life medicine, which is like 24 hours roughly, I'm at the regular one. So cardiologist said I needed to halven my dosage. So instead of taking one pill a day, I'm taking half a pill a day. That's good news. Um, which probably means, but that's a probable. I don't know. I'm not sure. I could potentially might be off the meds at some point. Maybe. We'll see. I don't know. But yeah, that is pretty good news. So that's neat. That happens. Um, it also means that's good for me, but it also means that based on the fact that it was kind of the accumulation of energy drinks on top of energy drinks on top of energy drinks at like two a day and so on was a bit much. And so I could, I don't know if I will, but I could go back to drinking them, not as much, obviously, like potentially like once a week or twice a week, something, but not too much, like not two a day. Um, to check. The only thing that is kind of not scary, but kind of, but I don't know. Um, going back to the score calcic thing that I did, the scan where I was basically really low in like 23 and so on. The thing that is scary-ish is the fact that the score calcic is the calculation of the calcium in the arteries and making sure that it's not like soft calcium, because the soft calcium can just get um, pulled off. Like basically, there is teeny tiny abrasion, and the calcium is going in, and then that's the thing. So if it's soft tissue, soft calcium, it can go out if the flow gets bigger, and that's kind of heart attack related. So maybe an energy drink not necessarily a good thing. The hair went away, Chris. Welcome on in. It just happened. I asked for something. I thought it would be good. It wasn't, and because we cut way too much, way too fast, it feels weird. And I don't have a jawline, so it doesn't work. It's really good. I'm gonna say that. It's really good in the morning when it's wet, like your mom. No, usual, you know. So, yeah. Um, that's the that's the thing. When it's kind of fluffy like this, it's not necessarily the best because it has like a lot of curves and so on. But it will grow back unless I'm not growing anything back, which is an option as well. But we'll see. Uh, we will see. Yeah, I do. I have like, I mean, I'm not saying that I have the same thing as my dad, but I have the same thing as my dad to an extent. Like basically he had something that was going back in, and in some of the pictures that I have of him, he had older picture, right? He was 19. Uh, he just had that section, the section that I'm keeping like in the center right now. He just has had this like that basically, and then everything really bold. So that's I'm happy that it's not my case, and yeah, I can do stuff with it. But yeah, that happens. As I said many time, um, but I don't have the chin that goes with it. But I'm there. Same same realm of potential. So, meh, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not that deep yet. Like oh, for fuck's sake. Not there yet. But yeah. I guess, yeah. I can go back to chewing because of things. I kind of stopped. Nonetheless, that's the detail. So yeah, so that was the good news for the medicine and the heart relation things, whatever it is. Um, so that's good news for now. And yeah, that is good news number one. That's good news number one. Good news number two is that I have submitted a new version of the app to the App Store so that they can just review it. As always, this is very, very simple and minimal in terms of what we have added. Um, New edition basically adds this section at the top that I talked about on Monday, which gives you the ability to just have your folders and your organization and stuff. So if I'm here and I have like a very specific section inside of the app that makes sense to me, Mizzy, hi, what on it? How are you? How's the day going? So now I have like a subsection of my collection that just says, oh, these are my clean perfume that I can have for summer, winter, whatever. It's the initial launch of that feature, so it's really bad for now, but it's better than nothing. Right now, it's minimal. I think I want to have the ability to, or let you know, give you the ability to change the icon, because right now it's just like either it's a tag or it's the old, like all icon. Um, but yeah, I kind of want you to have the ability to change the icon for some fucking reason. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. But it's there. Like that's the plan. Did I not do that? Does this not go through? Is the technically not going through? Oh, it is. It needed to be triggered. I see. I see. No one's lending. No one no one's lending. So That's the thing that we have added and sent in the latest version, which is pretty cool. We had, oh, it was so close. I think the the app got downloaded 73 times since launch. Knox, hi, walk on in. How are you? You see how rigged that is? Very rigged. Very straight down. That makes no sense. That was so close. They, they, they. Congrats. Congrats. So yeah, so this is here, and it's it's there in the regular collection view, but it's also in the detail view. You can now have in the menu at the top to organize your perfume and then place it in whatever collection you want it to be. I spent, as I said on Monday, I spent a lot of time to make sure that the wording made sense. I had folders, it made no sense. I had sets, it made sense, but not really, at least not for me, but mostly for the target audience, it made sense. And I basically ended up changing the simplicity of the tab bar. Instead of saying um, collection, it's now saying collections. There is an S at the end. And that's it. And then you can change and organize your collection, manage your collection, and so on. Everything is just curated collection as a title, as a name. It makes more sense to me. So I feel like that's a good option. Um, for now, it's what we have. So yeah, that's where we are. Um, the IDs for lending target in the parachute. You need a nest. Stony. There is, I mean, you don't have any options. You need a nest. Like you need an eagle nest as a landing pad. Like there's no question. Or, but that's more complex to do. And I don't think you would be able to do that, but you could have an ashtray for reasons, or a grinder for reasons. But yeah, no, that's these are the only options you have based on your name and your branding and so on. I don't think there is anything code related that would kind of work unless you make it like a CPU. That's not fun. So the Nest is the best option because it works with your name. The grinder is also the best option because it works with your name as well. The ashtray is an option that is not necessarily good. I would say the only thing that is good about the grinder is that no one that doesn't know what it is know what it is. So it's fun. But yeah, other than that, the Nest is the best option. Nest is the best option. Yeah, no questions. So, you know, um, yeah, I know. Mizzy, if you train on sore day, a lot of people are going to tell you that if you're not sore after a workout, you haven't worked out. That's wrong. That is not true. If you are sore after a workout, it means that you haven't trained that way for a long time and you need to recover. If you are just sore, like for example, yesterday I did shoulders and I'm kind of sore a bit, but not like um not that much. So in the gym tomorrow it will be fine and therefore I can go that again. But no, you should not break your back, nor your arms, nor anything. So don't train on very sore muscles. That's not really good. They need time to recover, and the longest, like the more rested your muscles are, the better increment you will have in the future. The thing that I would recommend you to do if like you were on arms and back day and you need to go to the gym like today, maybe do a leg day. You know, like it doesn't. You don't need to always do just arm and back. Like you can change things and go for leg days and maybe some core day or other things. Like yeah, yeah. But deadlift, if you do them properly, deadlifts are mostly um like hamstrings and kind of lower back. So maybe don't deadlift, maybe do squats instead of deadlifts. You know, it doesn't need to be always the same thing. Like if you're, again, this is a very relationship with the gym and the longest, like it's been 12 years of me going to the gym, not all the time, but like consistently, I would say. Um, Not for growth, but just for usual training. And compound movements like deadlifts are kind of the best option because you can just do a set of deadlifts that train your back, your arms, your glutes, your legs all at once, the core as well. So it's like really good. But you can do that differently. We talked about that with Jeff. I doubt with that. I doubt. Let me see if I can find it because I also doubt that this is going to be. He made like a video not so long ago about an alternate version of uh, like deadlift that is on the cable row machine instead of regular things. But I feel like it's going to be something else, somewhere else. But it was pretty good overall. Um, Basically recommending to use the cable machine, the one that has the cable above, but you do that seated to do your RDLs, which is a good thing. Which is a good thing, but it's also take your arms. One of the things that we have on this one, it's basically the same concept. Like right here, what he says is if you're doing this like that, it doesn't really train your back. It trains more of your arms because you are like pulling with your biceps most of the time. So that will make your arm rise more on the lift. But then if you just did locked in arms and retraction, it's just the back that works, like nothing else. So that's it's a bit of a change. Just that. Arms are just there for holding the weight, not lifting the weight. So that's type of thing that you could do. Nonetheless, it doesn't really change anything when it comes to your deadlift. Um, but it's the same concept. So you have a ton of options. If you just want to go into like legs and do legs, do squats. Squats are fine. You do a Smith machine, you put that on the rack, and then you squat. Does the leg. It does the leg pretty well, to be honest. I've been for the longest time on calisthenic rather than weights. So most of my compound movements are going to be not weighted, which is pretty good. It end up being like more efficient? No. Yes, kinda. More natural. Calisthenic is a bit more natural than weights, but weights helps growth. So eh, whichever you want. Whichever you want. That's the usual thing. Um Good. I'm not saying that you don't have legs. I'm saying that like you have leg exercises that don't involve your back or your arms and that are not compound movements, and therefore that's the thing. However, again, that's something that I've done many times. If you are too tired, too sore, you don't feel well, kind of sick, sometimes you can skip the gym for one day. It doesn't really matter. Like the consistency is good. If it's just like once you skip the gym and then you go back the next day instead, it's good. If you skip the gym and then the next day you're like, well, I didn't go yesterday, but technically today is my day off, so I'll go tomorrow, and then you don't feel like going, and then you don't, that's the pit that happens most of the time. So yeah, don't do that. Just skip the day or do a light day. Do a cardio day, maybe. I don't do cardio days. I don't don't do that. Do cardio days for your sake. But yeah, I don't. I should. We'll see. Anyways, so that was the second news about the app, which is pretty cool. The third news that is a mixed feeling right now. I don't know. Apparently, yesterday there was an event at Figma called Schema, like last year, that is basically the same thing as Config, but with a different name. So it's an announcement of what is coming to the app and the software, but they haven't, I mean, at least on my side, I haven't had the new updates. I haven't watched what they have said. The only thing that I know is there is technically three new features, two and a half in questions, but like three new features and more additional stuff. And I think we're gonna go over everything together. I haven't read anything on what they have here. The only thing that I'm seeing and I've seen on the likes and so on is we have the extended collection, which is new and apparently is arriving next month. We have slots that needs to be like in early access. That's something that I haven't requested. Um, and then we have check design, which is something that I applied to last mid year, I feel like, but haven't had any success with it. And I feel like it's something that will like um, second. I can't talk and type. Ah, you know me. You have me in your inside things. Um, can I just have everything? Like that's why is there so many questions? But there's so many questions. Oh, that pisses me off so far. Anyways, um, we go back there. So that's a plugin that basically checks your design for consistency and accuracy in terms of your design system, if you have one, and if you have like variables, components, and other things, and making sure that you are using the proper variables, the proper colors, the proper color radiuses compared to the rest of the things. And so someone was building this, and I feel like this was interesting, and I applied to get early access to their plugin, and then they disappeared from the face of the earth. So I'm guessing they probably got acquired by Figma directly because it's basically the same design. So yeah, it's a very interesting thing. We'll see if it works. But yeah, that's these are the three. The last one is the modes enhancement. So if you remember, if you are someone that uses Figma, we used to have four modes for um, paid tier, the two paid tier, and then 40 for the highest company, like enterprise tier thing. And they have finally decided to give us more. So what they have said is right now, and I think it's just going to be there, we are going from 4 to 10 for the enterprise tier, or for the very small pro tier, we are going from 4 to 20 for the organization tier, and then 40 stays at 40. So that means a lot of things. A lot of the things that we are doing right now to like override the modes and so on with the variables to have specifically the accent color that it can only take 4 right now, and we only have um, the main accent and then the communication accent, which is a bit of a cheating thing to ensure that I can still have like other colors, and then the gray that is also a cheating thing, and the violet, which is another color just for the sake of having another color. All of these can now be split into new modes for free without me having to do all of that sheet. So reminder for the sheet in question that I'm talking about. If I have this rectangle that is taking one of our accent color for the accent 9, for example, and then this thing is taking the accent switch. If I go into communication, it's going to switch to red, but then with my system and the cheats, I now have communication here that can be set to error as well, which is currently red. And so from there, I can switch that to green. I can switch that to warning, that is orange, and so on. That is some of the thing that we had to make sure that I have the ability to just get more um, output and colors out of it rather than be limited to 4. That's the main point. So with the new system, because we have 10 options, we are going to have the ability to just get 10 color variations for the main theme. It also implies a lot of other things that will make this UI kit way better. Also, that's probably not going to work today. Oh, it works today. Cool. Uh, so the thing that we have that is a bit of an issue with the current system is the fact that, or not really fact, but like in the, let's go into buttons. Our current buttons are not specified, but like created in 5 modes and 2 versions. You have the versions that are like very much with text and icons, and the versions that are just icon only. That single thing, if we only had 4 variations per kit, we could have simply used the variable mode for that. And because now we have 10 modes for this, we will have the ability to create something that doesn't requires us to have such a weird build system. So there might be a lot of work to be done on specifically like these spacing in between things, and that is mostly going to happen on the tags, not necessarily on the buttons, but like on a lot of components that currently have and or use the these. So all of these component things that have like currently just dark mode and light mode switch, they could also have sizes switch. And from what I've seen and from what I've understood from their newest version of the extend collection thing, you will have the ability to get, and I don't think it's in there, you will have the ability to get combined modes, if that makes any fucking sense. It's kind of weird. I have them kind of saved in the likes in there. So it gives you something that is on the side that gives you the initial mode and the sub version. So you could have an extension that is accent color green, for example, and then the secondary link would be light mode. So you could have something that switches both mode at once rather than having to switch like 2 toggles. and it's a bit weird. I need to test it out to make sure that I understand fully, but like that's where we are so far. So these are interesting features, interesting announcements. I do think that that will be probably interesting and good in the long term. Make kit is another thing that I haven't really understood, so I'm not gonna talk on it other than the fact that it is a Figma Make related thing. That's all I know. Um, so yeah, check design is the interesting thing to make sure that the colors and questions are properly linked to your design system, your variables, your things. So that's really the most important thing. We already have a ton of plugins that do that, but you know, if it's built in Figma, it might have like more options, more things. And yeah, other than that, that's about it. That's about it for the Figma update. I feel like it's going to be pretty useful in the long term. We need a lot more test to be able to understand that. Like it looks like this. Um, Not exactly like this, but like it looks like this. The slots is really useful as well, or could be really useful. It's something that we have talked about before in components. We have some components that we have created in some UI kits that we have that are using the slot system. I have a full video on YouTube about the slot system, and it's useful. They seem to have done something pretty good with it for once. So I would need more information again about how it is, how it works, and so on. But for the time being, it looks pretty good, and yeah, we'll see how that works. We still don't have fucking controls on this, but yeah, the extended collection looks like this. So that's a very useful thing for multiple themes and so on. And kind of looks like this, so you can like combine stuff together, which I feel like is really good. But we'll see. We will see. But yeah, the slot, as I was about to say, the slot is basically a zone in which you can add whatever the fuck you want. So there is no need for you to predefine everything. So if you know that you are creating something like a model, an alert, something that is going to be repeated with the exact same header and footer, and the only thing that changes is going to be the center. That is something where a slot would be highly appreciated. So if I go back to this and we go into uh, our what? Good question. I guess the alerts is the one that will make the most sense. Yeah. So if our four alerts is like that thing at the top and that thing at the bottom, and then anything in the center is like a viable thing that can change, that can be changed by the user and so on, you having the ability to change this entire thing in the center to be like a slot and be changed and contain anything really, that's one way to avoid that massive amount of variation potential in your components, which is pretty appreciated. So, you know, just yeah, I guess I mean, it's not the same thing as the input field, but it's kind of the same thing. It's basically a container. It create an empty container that lets you do whatever you want in there. So that's pretty good. Overall, it's a very good concept, and we'll see what we have. This thing, I think, is just the article in question that we were looking at. It's really simple. It works. That's the thing. They have been talking about improvement to design system performances, and I'm not gonna lie. I opened my personal file, and it's shit. So I'm gonna blame the fact that I didn't get the update just yet, but we'll see. Overall, pretty good update for once. I'm kind of surprised um, by what they have created, but yeah, that's where we are on the news for Figma at least. No other news there. So yeah, that's about it. That is about it. Let's go back to where we stopped. Uh, Teki sent me this, and now I need this. I need to figure out how to achieve that level of particle inside of native iOS thing. Um, because goddamn, is this exactly what I need for a spray of perfume somewhere? If I can, like, do that in a burst with a lot more wind condition on the other side, that would be really good. But we'll see. It looks really nice though. So, um, we've had a lot of people creating app icons that were really good. This one is a pretty neat concept. I have some issues with the scalpel itself, but it looks pretty nice. And I also have some issues with the potential of what it looks like in the clear mode, because it's going to be kind of complicated to render this cut on the clear mode unless you're doing like a your clear mode is not going to be clear the same way that this one is not clear in the slightest. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see about that. Um, if you are someone that is following Not Boring as a company, they have done like the Not Boring weather and so on. And basically, what they are saying is that their roadmap is to recreate the entirety of the apps that were on the initial iPhone home screen. So that implies not borrowing notes, not borrowing maps, not borrowing pictures or gallery, not borrowing calendar. That would be pretty interesting. I don't think they would do a text message app. That doesn't seem like something that makes sense. A mail app, why not? But I don't really know how you can make a not boring thing based on how it is, like the design they have and the design language that they want to follow and so on. So that's debatable. I don't know. And then the browser is just like maybe not, maybe don't, not another browser, please. But the rest could be really cool. Could be really cool. Um, this is again, I think I talked about that last month. This is a very big pattern that I'm seeing. Stamps are coming back like tenfold compared to what I was expecting them to be. Um, Not because I'm just following that person and they are doing stamps all the time, but because I have like a lot of other people on Xiangsu, on other platforms that are doing stamps and creating elements that are going into their apps, their projects, their whatever, that are using stamps instead of stickers. A stamps is basically a sticker, kinda, but there is a bit of a trend of not doing the initial sticker that I'm doing myself, but doing stamps instead. So if you are someone who is building something right now and you want something kind of new, yeah, welcome on in. Heroin, how are you? How's the day going? How's everything? So that's interesting. They are doing a very good job at creating weird and interesting layouts for, their stamps and illustration and so on. But just the simple fact, congrats on lending. You're the second one today. That means that most people can lend today. Um, so yeah, so that's a good thing. I feel like this is good. That's a good news though. right? I mean, it's sad, but it's also good news. Why complain? I mean, I get it. You can complain 100% for the usual reason, right? You would rather do something about it and work a bit. But yeah, I get it. I get it. Can you offset stuff? Like, would you be able to kind of work not in meeting type of thing? Like 9 to 16, like 9 to 4 is a lot. But it makes sense. Um, yeah. Is it is it productive at least? Like, is it doing what it's supposed to do in terms of planning stuff, and you end up with a good roadmap, a, a proper understanding of the plan makes sense, and so on? Or is it more like we need a plan for the sake of planning, and at the end of the meeting, it doesn't seem like anything is going to be done anyways, but at least we planned it. Um, yeah, I see. So I mean, if it's productive, that's good. That's good. That is really good. This one was kind of funny for me. And if you are a designer or dev, it will make sense. Um, yeah, I think one of the stuff that I've said before was the structure and the planning, the processes and the thing that are put in place on smaller teams is usually at the intersection of this is a startup, we just started, there is nothing really planned, and it's a bit of a mess. Everything is all over the place. So we need some processes to be in place. And we put them in place, but then after 6 months, we don't use them anymore because it's just bothering us. And the other side of the thing where it's this is a big company, we already have a ton of processes, and this is a new team that needs to follow the processes that we already have. However, we need to go fast, but these processes are just um, like endearing on what we have um, to do. Like it needs to go faster, and we don't have the time to follow the process to the T, even though the big company needs the processes. So, from my experience, every time there is a discussion about processes, and I'm going to say process a lot, it usually ends up in this is exactly what we need to do. This is what we're supposed to do. This is what we're doing. And that's like a timeline in like 5 to 6 months. At the 6 months is this is what we're supposed to do, but we're doing this instead because it's faster. And that's fine, but that basically counteract the entirety of the process planning section of the thinking meetings and all that that results in not being necessary anyways. But yeah, um, it's just that's that's not necessarily a process issue. That's mostly an understanding of the usefulness. The I'm gonna go back there because that's really important, and I like that topic. Tickle, work on it. Um, have a good job, I guess. The the thing that I've seen and the thing that you just mentioned, the fact that you are getting a ticket that doesn't have a description, that doesn't have a screenshot, that doesn't have maybe a recording of the issue, the thing that needs to be recreated to be fixed, and so on. That's not necessarily a process issue. That's mostly uh, an incentive or making sure that the people that are giving you these tickets and these things have an understanding of how it's going to be used after. So we had the exact same thing. A lot of people didn't really understand why they're creating tickets because the devs were asking for tickets. So people were creating tickets, and the tickets were just like, oh, it doesn't work here. No screenshot, no description, no path to achieve the things, and so on. And so it's really not good for like the devs to understand what the fuck happened and how can I fix this. And so with that, we basically showed them in a meeting at some point the difference in between what a dev has when they are submitting a ticket and what someone else from the sales team has in their ticket when they are submitting a ticket. And basically they understood that, oh yeah, if we give you a bit more description on how things are happening and so on, um, it will help you and you can fix the things. Otherwise you can't because you can't recreate the issues. However, we as sales don't have the capacity to create these things because we don't really understand how the things work. And so I looked around, and at that point, I found a thing called um, like Jam, which I don't know if it still exists, but that was the thing. And so this thing was linked to Jira directly and giving the devs exactly what they need to fix whatever. So if someone encounter a bug or something, they can just click record their screen. That records the logs, that records the entirety of the thing that are necessary for you as the dev to understand. And then you can just create the link and then just send that to Jira, whatever automation you have. And it's really useful. And once we had that in place, the tickets that were created was basically just creating or clicking on that jam icon thing and then be done. You just explain what it is, what broke, and then you have a recording, you have an instant replay of what just happened if you are fast enough, and the dev were happy. So making them understand how useful and important the content of the ticket is going to be the first step. The second step being, if you can, if that's an option, because you have the ability to get like these things implemented in your company, and it's not something that is prohibited because code secrecy and other stuff. This is really good. It's pretty nice. Um, and specifically if it's a new tool, as you just said, um, it might be free in the beginning because you might not have like 30 tickets per person per month, or maybe you have that in a day. I don't know, but yeah. But yeah, I think that's what changed the entirety of the workflow that we had internally to make it like way more efficient and way better. So yeah, it could be the same thing. Um, in terms of if you need to create stories and epics and other things, um, and feature requests and such, that is also an option, not necessarily with Jam, that's for sure. But yeah, I don't. I don't know exactly where it lands in terms of feature requests on like other than having some sort of a public roadmap. That it's so sad because on roadmap kind of died. Didn't, but it kind of died. On roadmap was like an interesting tool, but now it's something else that is kind of bad, and I don't like it. It was something by um, I think it's open purpose that works on that at some point, and it was pretty nice. But yeah, that one, and now it just doesn't exist. So it's kind of bad. It's kind of sad that it's now this thing. Yes. But yeah, they had like a good roadmap, and they had obviously it's a roadmap software. They had a good public roadmap where people could just request features openly, and people could just check what already exists, and that was an option. Um, but yeah, again, if it's like feature request, I do understand that it is harder to get in order to like have the person that is requesting the feature or the product or the thing explained in a way that makes sense, understand the rest of the entire suite of products, tools, and things that you have, and then think about how you can implement it and integrate it in the lot. So yeah. Anyways, going back to this thing, the reason for this is because of this one. They made a navbar thing, and everything is pretty clean. But then we know that this thing is going to take 5 lines, and probably uh, the Chrome extension is not necessarily the one that's going to take the longest. But yeah, a lot of them are potentially going to be a bit bigger in German. Um, but that's something that I need to plan for as well. So just that, just that. Did you have fights with designers for the German things? Yeah, I did that today. I wish I had. Uh, I wish I still had it on my phone, but yeah, I did one, which was it's always the same thing. Just checking the collection name being very long, just to make sure it doesn't break. That's the name of the thing. So it wraps, it's good. I didn't have like um full lengths and so on, but like that's usually what happens. I'm making sure that all of the thing that I'm building, I'm checking the text to be working, and it's sometimes it doesn't matter. It's just like a matter of having, oh, it's going to be two more words here so that we have wrapping, it's fine. But sometimes it's breaking way more. So yeah, it takes time, but it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. I think the French is fine as well. I don't know what happened today on my leg, but that happened. But yes, we are doing as little as possible when it comes to words to make sure that um, the back button is either the icon or it makes like the most sense. The subscribe is the shortest word possible. Like for example, submit report could be just submit to make sure that it will always be good. But that's also something that I'm thinking about. As I said before, and I will continue to say, there is a reason why I am always building and designing my stuff for what I consider to be the smallest screen available. And so the iPhone 13 mini right now are the skinniest of them all when it comes to iOS devices. Like we don't have anything else that is like less wide than this. The SE are wider. I think they are 420 right now. The previous SE was 375, which is the same thing as this. So, same concept. And most of my design in Figma are 320, which used to be the iPhone first of its name width. So I'm designing for stuff that are the tiniest possible, and I'm complaining about it because I end up with shit like that. 1 second. So if I go here, you can see how kind of crowded that section is when it comes to the alignment and the presentation and so on. If I just go to, bitch, don't do that. Can you just go there? Is that an option? Can I connect now? Thank you. Now, if I look at my phone, which is a 15 Pro Max, I have so much more space at the top, and it doesn't bother me as much when I'm looking at that header. It's still crowded, but it's not as crowded as this, and I would have 100% the amount of space that I need to place the title right here with no issues, unless it's like a longer title. But I could, like, if I remove that button and I get that here as an inline title, it's an option. But then on small screen, that is not necessarily an option. So with that in mind, and because that's just thinking, I end up with making sure that we have everything fitting as much as possible, and that helps. So, as always, thinking about the tiniest screen, the tiniest layout that you can have first is going to be really useful. There is something to be said for the opposite as well, looking at the biggest screen that you will have. So, for example, when I'm building for this, and we talked about it before, the implementation on iPad is kind of shit, and it needs to be worked on for sure. But it works. And so, in order to make things make more sense, I ensured that these section, the collection viewed in grid mode, was a flexible grid so that if we have landscape mode on iPad or portrait mode on iPad as well, we end up with more or less entries per rows, up to a certain amount that makes sense. But yeah, that was the plan, and that makes sense. So yeah, that's for the German, the French, the whatever. Good thing to think about when you're building. That is for sure. I learned something. I don't know if this is the native markdown system. Is that the case? I feel like it is, but not entirely. It's pretty neat to know that you can 100% have something inside of your text string that will take the rendering that you needed to have. So for example, that if I knew that when I started, let me show you what I'm talking about because it makes no sense otherwise. These needed to be split. Because I did not know. I did not know. And that ended up being like this. But now that I kind of see this, it means that if I just had double stars on the part that needed to be bold, I'd be fine. I think. Unless it can't be light. If it can't be light, then, I can't do that. But if it can, goddamn. Um, which means I'm gonna try. I'm going to try that. So, light is not my base font. Like that's the thing that is kind of more complex, I guess. And then what I'm thinking about is yeah. So it's not exactly the same because I'm currently in black um instead of bold. So that's one way higher. But it kind of works. If I have my font weight dot light at the end, it probably works. If I do regular instead, it's potentially going to bold that a bit better, but like it's not such a detail. So that's interesting and good to know. It's good to know. I don't think so. Oh, maybe I can. What's the markdown specific? Brain. I markdown was the pound sign, right? Yeah. How do I know that? I don't know. I doubt it. I doubt it. Yeah, no. Oh, if I do that, no, that doesn't seem to go through unless I need to do this to have a space, but it just doesn't go through. Which is fine. I guess it's just font styling. But one of the good thing that I have here, and I would say one of the reason that I have splitted it and that will come in handy later is the article that I shared on Discord earlier today, which is, I think I did that in the reading list. There is the text renderer thing that we talked about last, oof, 3 months ago, 4 months ago, because I tried to render something and it didn't work for me. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. There is a new-ish thing since iOS 15, 16, I think, that is the text renderer, or it might be 17, I forgot. That gives you the ability to get like specifics on your text and how you're rendering it. Goddamn, that's how the text renderer, like the name, mean the thing. But you could have stuff on a per line basis, on a per run basis, or on a per glyphs basis. So the per glyph is going to be useful if you need to bend text, for example. And the per run would be really useful for me here because I could have these things appear one after the other instead of being what they are today, which is this transition, right? That small thing is everything at once. So, like small changes could work. Which I'm thinking, like if I'm doing this instead, and that transition offset would be a for each basically on the text renderer. Glyphs. Still not a dev. But yeah, that's something that is pretty cool. Pretty cool to have, pretty cool to create the transitions in the thing that we are talking about. And you can have like visual representation, change of animation, and on the per glyph title thing. I feel like that's an interesting concept. And if you understand like animation, as we've said before, you can really create something that works in no time with the text renderer. So yeah, we do like it. The only thing that I don't like about it, and the only thing that I have a bit of an issue with still, as a still not a dev, is all of these sections. The initial struct kind of makes sense to me, but then the fact that you need to go through like the struct type being, it needs to be a type of text renderer that then does the rendering. It makes sense. But all of that is not something that I understand yet. So I'm stuck here. That's fine by me. Like that's a good thing for me. I'm fine with it. But yeah, other than that, uh, I but yeah, that all article was pretty cool. And then overall, it's also a way for me to get access to this website and these articles often. There is a ton of them that are really cool and really helping for me to just understand some of the basics of SwiftUI. Not that I plan to understand, but you know, like all of that. I know that at some point I will have potentially, maybe, I don't know, the ability to have like drag and drops of your perfume into your folders or your curated collections. And it would make more sense if I could just do the same thing that I can do on my home screen and just select one, select the others, scroll through while I'm still holding one finger, then drop that into one folder. That whole thing would, you know, make a lot of sense to me. And so reading that article will help. So yeah, learning stuff. Good news overall. Good news overall. Um, I've seen a lot of things, and we talked about making apps fun again. A lot of people are not Chinese, not Asians, doing very cool Asian style design with a very flat environment. Looking back at what Luca has said earlier that I glanced over right about here, um, most of the Chinese related UI design that we have been talking about before is something that, you know, is interesting. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. Let's welcome on in. Let me see if I can click on that. The worst website. Do you think that not yours, the Imgur thing, Imager, whatever? Do you think the spacing on the icon next to the message me on Discord looks odd? It does. It feels too far off. That's not zoomed in. It feels too far off compared to the one that is above. You could center it to be centered with the folders. That would help. Or if you have the time, specifically if it's just Discord and it will always be just Discord, create an icon that represents Discord itself rather than having like a phone. And so that icon would be like wider and therefore match the rest of the icons that you have here. But yeah, it feels like a bit too much space around here. And there is also like not enough, like this one has less space than this one visually speaking, and this one has more space. So you would benefit from having a unified illustration type here, at least. something that is similar in terms of alignment, as we have used before and showcased before, and I don't know if I still have it, so I'm gonna say I don't. Um, in the app, I think I got rid of it. Yeah, I did. Um, Let me check. I did. That grid, um, is basically what you need to, not this one, but like you basically need a grid for your illustration, and you need to place them in a way that is visually appealing for all of the styles that you have. So that grid on its own will give you, your phone would need to be like somewhere around here to be centered. Your folder would need to take the full width of the square. Your monitor might take 2/3 of the height, but the same width as the folder. And all of that are the thing that you kind of need to put in place in your illustration type to make sure that they look the same. It's kind of sad because I removed the grid from the components themselves right here, but it's basically this. Like I made sure by default to have as much as possible alignment with like all of my icons, so that if I were to just give you this, because this is like roughly the biggest one, that's an element that is representing something that encompasses the entire paragraph, and then you have an ellipsis at the end, but it's not representative of like lines of text. It's mostly like everything plus, and then here you have the representation that is just the paragraph. Because of the visual weight of these icons, like that feels like it's the same height, even though it's not. And the reason is because there is like so much more black, that's racist, around the icon itself. So it just makes more sense to have this one having like some sort of an overshoot to look more aligned. But otherwise, they are all exactly, I mean, these four icons are exactly the same fucking thing, so it doesn't make any sense. But for most of the other icons, they need to be contained into that grid system that you kind of need to have in order to make sure that you have a good understanding. And, it's overall, it's pretty simple, but it will help, at least, to understand exactly how things are supposed to look, and make sure that you don't have things that are like too different. Other than that, that spacing here, I think that's good. Like this one just needs to be a bit wider, but that's it. You could make this one a bit shorter if you wanted to. But yeah, again, easiest way. So you have to, in my eyes right now, you have two options. You either decide to change the message me on Discord for the Discord icon, right? In order to not have like too much white space on the end, but that's fine. Or you decide to change all of them to make sure that they are kind of aligned in their containers, and that's an option. But you don't need 100% all the time for sure to be like exactly matching in terms of style. So yeah, it looks fine here. Yes, kinda. You have not enough space on the width here for me, but I get it. You don't have a choice. Specifically with that length, you don't really have a choice. But The example that I give most of the time is if for some reason this is the view that you have in front of you, you might think that the go-to homepage is the phone. The message me on Discord is the camera. Because the distance here is bigger than the one that is here, but it's not that much bigger. So if you're just glancing from far away, and right now I'm zoomed in, which makes it like more apparent, but from here, you might not necessarily pre-match things properly. So that's the thing. But increasing the spacing between them probably will help that specific issues, but it will also break your alignment. And this one is probably going to end up somewhere around here. Like the end is going to end up around here because you are going to add a third, maybe half that to make sure that you have enough space. The usual thing is like the distance that we have in between our icon and our text. We want that to be 3 to 4 times in between the elements in order to make sure that the brain understand, okay, there is enough space. The you know the thing that we are using here is the law of proximity, and anything that is close together feels like they are together, and then if you have enough space it will basically help. So again, the distance in between that and that is 3 to 4 times right here, so that it really feels like a separation and there is no doubt happening. So yeah, I have that right about. Did I say that on starting? I did. So yeah, that's those are few axes, the thing. Other than that, icons are good. As you say, they work in horizontal. It's just the last one and the phone. These are the two that are off grid, really. I mean, the music is kind of off grid as well, but it also makes sense based on the rest. But this one is really, really narrow on what is visible. The bottom section is not necessarily something that people will notice based on the color scheme and the thickness of the lines. And then this one is really skinny vertically, but all of the others are basically the same rectangle. In terms of width and in terms of impact, these two are kind of different. So I could see resizing the icon itself and or recreating these two icons to be more aligned with the rest. But then again, having them with some sort of a different aspect ratio, a different illustration type, and so on makes the website more interesting and more unique. So based on what you want to do, I feel like that works as well. It's just the previous version, the first one that you sent might be a bit more complex because of the wrapping. So yeah. And if you just aligned it to the right side, right? Yes, if you align the phone to the right side, it would be weird as well because you would have too much space around here. So weird. What you could do, not really, but kinda. God damn, that's big. Maybe. But that's weird. That's weird. You would kind of need to have your text being aligned right, which is kind of wild if you think about it for a second. Um, but you would need this kind of. Mhm. Meh. Yeah, I doubt it. But yeah, overall, that's the option. That's the option. You already have this pattern, to be honest, at the bottom of the screen, so it could work. It could work. What? It's not necessarily the most common pattern specifically for icons and for the user to really understand what's where and without having to have like a divider in the middle. So yeah. Just to recap, because I lost my train of thought many times. Easiest thing, you just center this phone with the folder and you're done. So that it feels aligned and that's fine. It's still going to be a lot more space on both sides, but it's aligned with the top section and their brain will naturally understand, oh yeah, there is a column here, there is a column here. I get that. So that's the easiest thing to do. Option number two, change this icon illustration for the Discord logo thing if you are planning on only having Discord. If you're planning on having other things, do something else, like a chat bubble or something. And then um, that's it. That's basically the only thing that you can do to make sure that it is properly aligned and so on. But yeah, don't worry too much. I feel like just the alignment with the top version is going to be good enough. Um, Easiest way for you to do this is to have the div that contains the illustration to be center aligned. So anything that is inside is going to be in the center. And you just make sure that they are all exactly the same width. That's it. They will have like variation and doesn't really matter that the image is going to be centered inside. So yeah, I would do that. I would do that. Highly recommend. You're welcome. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. Going back up. Going back up. So that was fun. This person, Lee, has been playing with this and showcasing this on their page for the past few days. And it's basically shaders and things. There is so much happening in the whole options that they are building. So that's a very impressive thing to have. Going back to what we were talking about with Chris in the past, these are the type of stuff that would be or would make sense when it comes to the creation of components and things that are sold on the Framer marketplace, which again, right now is roughly the best time if you are someone that has the ability to build components or build things that can be implemented inside of Framer easily to just print money every day almost because of the demands that is happening on people that just don't know how to do this. So yeah, again, that's really good. If I go back to the Framer marketplace to just show you what we're talking about, um, there is a lot of people that are just selling $5 components, $25 components, $2 component. They have created something that is a bento grid generator, which means that once you install it, you have the ability to create and generate like a bento grid. That's it. And they are making $2 every time that it has been installed. This one has been installed 300 times in the past 2 weeks. Maybe a bit more. Let's say that this was the update. So they've made $600 in I don't know how long, but in no time for something that is as simple as creating a fucking bento grid. You know, it makes sense. So yeah, QTOE, hi, welcome on in. I like a good name choice. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thank you for chatting. Appreciate it. So yeah, that's the thing. If you are sleeping on Framer components and things, and you want to make a quick buck, and you have the dev skills and the understanding of how Framer works, go there, do that. Probably make a ton of money. Maybe, I don't know. You could. You could. So that's a good thing. Dana was also on the billboard with me. She was roughly 4 to 5 different people before in between the two of us. So it's kind of fun to see as well. But yeah, she's making bread. So yeah. It's a neat thing. It's a neat thing. Like the bread. I'm pretty good. I'm a bit tired as always, but that's just me. That is what happened. That is what happened. On this one, which is pretty impressive, we talked about it before. Skip is a tool that is built by the Swift language committee things, and they have Skip is a compiler that basically goes from Swift UI code to Kotlin Jetpack Compose code by recompiling it in a way that makes sense, because Jetpack is roughly the same syntax with some differences in where the modifier are and so on. So having that is pretty cool. But because now the Swift SDK for Android has been approved based on the thing that they have worked on as well, it means that the Skip tool is going to give you or let you basically transpose the exact Swift code from Swift to Swift from iOS to Android. So that's really cool. That also means that if that works, not necessarily an option, but we'll see, we may be able to have the Android app for the Perfume app very, very soon. So yeah, ask the question. Ask the question. This one was mostly for Crosskeys. Specifically, this one looks like something that would work for Crosskeys websites, but not necessarily what they would go for. And this is really similar to what we have seen last week. So interesting Apple design shelves coming back. That's about it. Nothing more than that. Nothing more than that. We haven't talked about that, but that's also something that I've been talking about before. This is the type of shit that would make me designed, as I say. Getting designed is when the packaging is so good that you just buy the thing even though you don't know what it is, and that's an option. That's a thing that would probably happen with me. So this is from Mode, which you can't really see, but that's Mode. And it's called Encore or Encore, if it's French, it's probably French. Just that box. I don't know what's inside. I want to know what's inside. So, yeah. Good packaging, good UI, good whatever will make you sell as long as it's presented properly and that the marketing is done right. But it's pretty neat. Also, obviously, they've taken the picture on top of a fucking white marble countertop, which makes sense, you know. So there's that. This one is something that is really fun for me based on the thing that we've done 2 years ago. We've built this. I mean, technically it was 3.5 years ago because it was in my previous company, but I've built this. I've built an interface that was exactly the same. The main difference was the theme and styling was on the right side, was on the left side, and the sections were on the left side, or on the right side. They were flipped basically in the first iteration, and then we swapped them at the end to make something that made more sense. In the beginning, I didn't want to have like the inspector on the right because it felt too much like a design tool. And I considered the fact that most of the users that we had were not designers, and so therefore they don't necessarily have the understanding of where these things are supposed to be in the interface. So that's why it was on the other side. But now I think it's switched, so that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's a very interesting presentation. It's also for simple text stuff, so it's easy. But it's fun to see that people are doing very much the exact same thing still. So yeah, we like it. We like to see that. This one was fun for my feed was exactly these two back to back, so that is the main reason why I saved them. Lucas just changed his profile picture to have like an AI vibe designer code thing. That's it. Um, and then here, this one is an interesting one because it has this misaligned thing that just pissed me off. So, but it's good because it made me remember that fucking brand, but it pissed me off. How professional designer like you deal with framers, grid limitation, or whatever it's called. Can you turn it off? Do you need to be way more precise? Visualize what the grid limitation lets you do. I don't think Framer has a grid. Based on my understanding of the tools, we don't really have a grid. We can have a grid, but it's not a necessary thing. So if I use like the latest website I just built, the system doesn't necessarily force you to be in the grid itself, but it's easier for you if you are using the stack and layouts features that are right here to get in order. That's just to make sure that things are reorganizing properly and stacking properly. If you use the grid, to be honest, I don't like grids in general as a code thing. I prefer to be in Flexbox rather than in grid, even though a lot of devs like grid instead of Flexbox. But there's still a designer on my side, so better to be in Flexbox. So grid, I don't use that often, if ever. And you're not necessarily like limited or forced to use the grid. It is just easier in the long term to have the grid because the output is I think this one is probably going to be the potential, even though this one is kind of not exactly what you want. Like this one, this is not a grid either. Like this is just an horizontal stack, an horizontal stack, and another horizontal stack. So it's very, very simple. Same thing here, just like substacked stuff to get my grid organized, but that's it. Like not, it's just to make sure that it's responsive enough and flexible enough. And then that one is again a set of stacks. So personally, I don't choose the grid. And you can be as flexible as you want in order to like get your things in different places or in different placements. You have the options to do that 100%. Like all of these are elements that are clickable and interactive and so on, all of that are not necessarily in the grid itself. So the glitch of the screen is just my screen, don't worry about it. But yeah, you don't need to be exactly following the grid if that's the thing that you're talking about, unless I'm not understanding your question. Um, but right now, Figma Framer, they always mention this grid and how you can't turn it off. That's interesting. Can you send the link about that grid thing? I wanna now I'm intrigued. I wanna know. I wanna know. You can send it in the chat. That's absolutely an option. It is accepted. It is accepted. Yeah, no, that's. I mean, even if you start from scratch, you don't really have any limitations. And specifically now that we have design pages. So, yeah, intrigued on this one. Very much intrigued. Mike is still doing a lot of really cool things when it comes to the app. I have doubts on the design choices that they have made in some cases, but also they are making an app that looks way different than the usual. So that's why we kind of like it. They're also re-implementing a ton of things that we used to have, like the double dividers. Congrats, Kat. Good job. I hope you recover. I hope you recover. But also, on the leg press, I can't. I really can't the leg press. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's not. I cannot. I have seen so many videos that just. Yeah, no, I can't. What I would say for cramps, because that's something that happens usually for calves for me, stretch it out and put it back in the position where it cramped and like kind of massage it if you can on the cramped position to just massage the tissue and make sure that it just diffuse the cramping a bit, and then you should be good for walking and the next day as well. But that's a should, not a will, so it depends. Depends on you. That is not working. You should be soft with the tissue, specifically for big cramps. It just it makes things better. So yeah, that was a very interesting concept when you're looking at the transition and the animation that they have for everything. Most of the things are really like appearing and disappearing at different points in time that not necessarily work with regular animation. Like the disappear makes a lot more sense to me. Like this, it goes to nothing and then the other one replace it. But when it appears, it's basically appearing on top while the other one is disappearing. So that's a bit too much. Interesting animation, nonetheless, interesting concept, and the app is really cool. So that's the thing. That is the thing. These ones, I've seen that person doing like a lot of these. We have another one right here, right? Very similar output of existing brands. They did a pretty interesting thing with the Oreo shape and Oreo stamps for the layout, which is interesting, but it's not necessarily good. But it's neat. It's neat to have like some different design for the branding that you already know. So, you know, that's a fun stuff. While we were talking about stickers, that popped in my feed, and that's really cool. So, if you're someone that is building a game, um, that person is currently creating like a tutorial slash lesson on stickers and decals to put in your games or on your objects. Make it make sense if you want to sticker bomb an element in a game or in a 3D space. You know, that's the thing. I'm thinking this is something like a, a mesh magnet. That's the usual thing. At least that's how I would do in Blender. But we never know. We never know. It's a cool concept. Going back to last week description of some of the newest trends, this is part of it. This is a very interesting mix of the cyber, brutalist, bicolor, and modernist posters. It's a lot of like hip hop and regular branding, but it's also really cool to see. So yeah. Um, oh, Squarespace. Uh, you can move things around in Squarespace. Um, don't worry about it. You're welcome here. I'm here to help. So if you have like any other question about design, yeah. Yeah. I remember the Squarespace editor from 5 years ago, so I'm probably wrong. Uh, but based on what we're seeing here, I feel like this is enough, if not too much. Um, for anyone that is a beginner that doesn't really understand what they can do, there is a lot of options in there to misalign elements, place stuff in places where they are not supposed to be. So I, mm, if you're really a beginner, that might be too much. Like you're saying, it might be very limiting. I feel like maybe not. Um, Congrats, Mizzy, congrats. Um, so yeah, no, I would go for something that is more limiting, specifically in the beginning. That's a me thing. I have one that is also similar but not the same, but similar kinda, which is called Blocks. And I forgot if it's blocks.apps. It is not. um, Block is basically a builder that is the same concept as Squarespace, but it's on your machine and you have the code at the end. and it doesn't really publish anything for you. So that's the thing, but it contains pre-made blocks, as the name implies. So you end up with some things that are defined, like really defined. You can't really change anything other than the content, meaning that you will end up with polished and finished products in like 3 seconds, because it's just a matter of clicking, selecting, clicking, selecting, clicking, selecting, changing content, done. So it's really, really good if you are a beginner and you don't really know what you're doing. But other than that, I can feel like that being like really limiting and frustrating. So I feel like Squarespace is going to be good enough to give you enough space. I don't know enough here to know exactly what type of tools you then have to change things, because um, I feel like we have a lot of templates in Squarespace that are like really, or much more out of the grid. Like this one looked like a bit more out of the grid. This is kind of the same thing. Same thing here. This one looks off grid, even though it's probably on grid perfectly. But you know, like that's I feel like you should be enough based on the amount of blocks that I'm seeing on the grid that they are displaying. It seems enough. Um, and again, the easiest way, if you are on Squarespace and you are learning Squarespace and you want to use Squarespace instead of anything else, which is fine. It's a bit more expensive, but it's fine. Framer is also expensive. Be careful with that. Specifically now, they changed their pricing. But nothing stops you from coming here and just looking at a template that already exists and be like, I don't know exactly how they did this. Let me just start with this design, look how they have built the thing to just understand and learn, and then build something on my own. That's it's a very easy things for you to do, and you will end up with something that looks similar. And maybe the thing that you wanted to understand is how the fuck did they have the text and the aliens and text being like overlapped without overlapping each other, but kind of overlapping each other, but not really. You know, like maybe that's interesting. Maybe that's a one single image and that's it. Um, but like that's the type of thing that you can do. And same thing for Framer, going back to where we were earlier with the Framer Marketplace section. If we go into the template section, you can do the exact same thing. If you are looking for, let's say, a business or creative website that you're building for yourself, you can go in there, look for anything that is free, because that's the only one that you will have access to. And I mean, you can pay, but like, don't do that. And then just look for something and say, like, I don't know, I like this. It looks interesting. Let me see how it looks. I just want to know how they have made that loading animation, that background thing looks interesting. Potentially, I know exactly how it's made, but like, you know, maybe you don't. And it's interesting. It's really simple. It works. What makes it good is the images that they have. And that's about it. Maybe the pages are good, the transitions are good. It's free. I want to learn about how they have made all of that. I'm just going to use the use for free thing. It's going to send that to my account, and then I can explore all the pages, all the things. Is it good? Is it not good? How does it work? How doesn't it work? Where are things broken? And maybe I'm discovering things. Maybe they are everything that is good, and I have nothing to complain about. I have doubts, but we never know. And you can just try things out without having to just, you know, buy stuff and or use it anyways. So highly recommend that. as an option. The marketplace is really good, specifically for free stuff. We like free stuff. So just go in there, find a template. Same thing on Squarespace if that's something that you are interested in. Same thing on Webflow if you are. I'm guessing this video specifically, being like a best website builder thing, will probably give you Wix, Squarespace, Webflow, Shopify, Stinger directly. I doubt it. WordPress, and there is nothing. There's no Framer in there. Hmm. Interesting. I would go for Framer. Obviously, I'm biased on this, but Stinger is wild. I mean, Ostinger is good for limited stuff. Again, dated content in my head. Most of the thing that I'm remembering from here is just not there. So yeah. Yeah, the basic plan for Framer is $7, $10 a month, I think. But it's monthly, so you pay yearly. I think you pay yearly to get it at $10 a month. But it's a bit cheaper than this one. But then it doesn't give you enough stuff, and they just changed the pricing, so it's annoying. It's annoying. That's the cheapest, though. I do understand that. The thing that would be, oh, and it's kind of sad to say that, but it's kind of true. It's a bit more like technical if you are interested in learning that, and if you have a bit of understanding of code. And Estonia is gonna need to be seated right there from what I'm about to say. But if you don't know how to code and you have like an IDE like Cursor, like VS Code with Copilot and so on, and you use the AI to generate a landing page for you, you can then send that to a GitHub repo and host that on Cloudflare for free. So you could have that on a GitHub page as well, which is kind of free. So you could, like, everything is feasible for free. It's might be a bit more technical than anything else, but it's feasible. The code itself, like building the entire thing with the code, is going to give you the most flexibility if that's what you're after. But it is daunting, and it's also a lot of work if you don't know what you're doing. So I get it. Based on that list, if you are just comparing these, I would go for Webflow just because of how good they have become. But if you just want something that is instant, Squarespace is really good. I know that Shopify is pretty good as well, but it's also some of the most expensive based on what you have. However, if you're trying to build a shopping experience, these are the only options. Like Squarespace and Shopify are basically going to be the best options. Wix Editor X, the thing that they have released 4 years ago, was really good when it dropped. And then I haven't heard anything back. So since then, they released this section of Editor X, which is their most advanced editor and so on. And it felt okay, but it's also, my ass is not meant to use these things. And if I didn't have any skills, this would be good. Even better than other options, because it is as simplistic as it can be. But because I have the slight understanding of how code works and how design should work and how design tools work, this is more annoying to me than anything else. But if you don't have any experience, it's really good. Um, so that's something. But yeah, other than that, Framer is pretty nice, but it's also like again in my feed of things that I liked and we talk about when we start the stream all the time. Let me just find it really quickly because I know that it's somewhere around here. That's basically what happened to me. When I started learning Figma and softwares for designs in general, they were as easy as this. You had the option to create a component and then you use that component as an instance, and that's the only feature that Figma had. Today, we have the ability to create so much shit that it makes the learning experience extremely complicated if you are brand new and you haven't experienced any of the previous design tools and or the previous iterations. So when I learned Figma for the first time in 2018, they just added plugins and they just added something called auto layout ish that wasn't really working. So because I went from Sketch to Figma, my transition was okay because the amount of features was kind of the same. I was missing some of the features that Sketch had at the time and that Figma didn't have. And then they just added the features that I was missing one by one, and they are still missing some of them, but it's better than before. But that's basically the experience for newcomers for most of the tools that I know. So like Framer is the same thing. They just added the design pages, they just added some AI makers, they added some stacks and like icon composite things, better component rendering and so on. And that is a lot of features. It's a lot of things to figure out and to follow through to make sure that you understand what you can do with the tools. So if you're brand new and your goal is to become a designer and be there, just do some design stuff, then learn the tools. It's going to be a bit more complex than when I learned, but it's a good thing to do, the learning. If you are learning Figma and you are currently unsure about what design tool to use in between Figma, Sketch, and others, I can recommend other things to take a look at or at least try out, not like making sure that you understand what is on the market. So Penpot is an open source-ish environment that is basically a copy of Figma, but with a bit more dev in mind, a bit more code-oriented things, even though not too much, like really much design-oriented, but there is a lot more code things in there that is pretty interesting. So the output or the creation is going to be better or easier to implement for devs. So Penpot is pretty cool if you are interested in that. The other one obviously is going to be Sketch. Sketch is really nice. It's kind of sad that they haven't updated this page, but Sketch is the previous tools before Figma basically arrived. Sketch was the default. We didn't really have a choice. However, Sketch is macOS only. We can't really use it anywhere else. So if you are not on macOS, don't use that. And right now, as God damn it, I made a mistake. That's the wrong button. Right now, the Framer thing is adding a lot more features and stuff that are not necessarily useful or as easy to understand as they used to be. So nowadays we have things that I still feel like are better than what Figma is offering, because you end up with a website at the end. So I do like that. And they have added something in their pages to create a new design page. So that's the new feature. Is basically giving you exactly what Figma is proposing as a design environment. But then you can just one click and say, this is now production, and it just goes into the pages here. So you can navigate in between the two, and that's something that is pretty useful. But it's also like something new. So there will be bugs and other things. Nonetheless, I would highly recommend you to just go through all the tools that you can find, at least for one day, 1 hour, 2 hours if you like it more. But get into tools and see how you feel. Specifically because you are a newcomer and you haven't really used tools just yet, you might end up on something like Wix and be like, I don't know what to do. And you might end up on something like Webflow and be like, I know exactly what to do. I don't know. Usually that's not the case, but we never know. And if you end up on one tool and your brain is telling you this is exactly how my brain works, and I see the tools, I see the things, I see where I can edit the text, change the corner radius, change whatever, and I understand, use that tool instead. Like don't follow the advice of me or someone else on the internet that is telling you you need to use that tools because that's the default. Use the tool that makes sense for you and know enough about the rest of the tools to be capable, capable, capable. That's the pronunciation. Capable of potentially doing work with that tool if necessary. Like if you have a client once that tells you, "Oh, I'm using Sketch. Can we go through Sketch?" And you're like, "Yeah, whatever. I can use Sketch." You will struggle for like 3 days to remember, oh fuck, shortcuts, quick settings, where's that thing again? Like it takes 3 days and then you're good. Then you're back at it. But at least go through the entirety of the tools that are at your disposal and use them. Again, a day is really enough most of the time to give you the understanding of what you have available and what you can do with them. But yeah, that's the main thing. So yeah, Framer is good, might be a bit complex. And then going back to the last point that I have with these things, and then we'll go back to that feed. um, Depending on the the work that you want to do, depending on your goals, there are different area of expertise that makes more sense. So I have been working in design and doing design and graphic design related stuff for the past 20 years, 21 years roughly. But right now, I am spending my days inside of a code editor. And that has started last year in November. And for the past year, like very much 1 year to the day, um, the amount of time I have spent inside of a design tool is maybe 10 hours in the past year, where I used to spend 16 hours per day in these tools to just do the design, do the things, and so on. So there is a bit of a shift in my own experience and day-to-day activity that makes me use code rather than design, because it's faster now for me to just go through things and be like, well, the only time that I need like a very much design related stuff is, I don't know, I have an app icon to create. I need to make sure that that needs to be specified and it needs to work in a very specific way. Or I'm looking to make sure that my layout is good. So I'm just having it in one go so that I don't have to scroll and lose focus on where we were on that specific layout and so on. But most of the time, the output that I'm giving for myself is just I need to experiment on something. Would that work in here? And it's just faster to do that visually. But then once I have the thing that I needed to have, like here, I wanted to have the labels and things around the blobs, but it didn't work. So, figuring out something else. That just is the only thing that I'm doing inside of the design tools anymore. So maybe that would be your case as well. Maybe you need to figure out something that is like aligned with your goals and what you want to achieve and so on, and then use the design tools for some specifics because you know that like creating these inside of the code directly is not necessarily feasible, or inside of like Framer is going to be a bit more complex. But just you need to experiment. But that's the thing. So make sure that you use the tool that makes sense to you. And if the tool that makes sense to you is Figma, Penpot, Sketch, Framer, whatever, use that instead. And if someone is telling you that this is not the tools to use because it doesn't do X, Y, or Z, fuck them. If it works for you, it works for you. And that's all that matters. Like, you need to do your best work with a tool that works for you. And that's it. So, yeah. That's my best recommendation, will always be my best recommendation. Um, Making sure that you have the thing that just it makes sense in your head, and therefore it works. You understand. You figure out how to create all of the thing that needs to happen. You're good. You have all of the stuff in place in your head. That was a nice thing to do as well. See, that's the same thing. I had this for the Japanese language app that I have this, and this was the initial thing. So you had the verbs with the conjugations, and then you have exactly what it is. But that didn't really work. So what I wanted was to have something like this. I tried to figure it out in here. I tried to make it make sense in terms of like specifics. And then I ended up with the proper outputs, and the thing is working now. But it's just like that's the only thing I did in Figma. Like the entirety of the design of the app doesn't exist. Um, it's on my phone. It's working. It could be on your phone as well. Um, but it's just the amount of work that I've done in terms of design related stuff for this thing. I don't know, maybe 3 to 4 hours of design in Figma, maybe 6 in total, and then burst of like 10 to 15 minutes here and there just to make sure that, oh yeah, this thing makes more sense if it's different. If we have like, I don't know, let me see, do we have this like right there? um I have my selection for the conjugations, and that makes a lot of sense to me. You know, small things, just yeah. Nothing in there really. And then that's the only thing that I'm doing, right, making sure that I have the proper icons for the dictionaries and the things. But yeah, other than that, no design tool lately. So yeah, if you have more questions, feel free to ask. I'd again been working for too long, so I can help. um we had this green come back, which is pretty impressive because it kind of is linked to Kick streaming. So that's fun for me to see that it's coming back, but to be checked. Um, this one was really a B thing, as always. I've been talking about that for the past few, I guess, months now, where people are starting to make more organic shapes for everything. So these loader thing that looks like anal beads, um, organic. And same thing here, that shape at the top, and here, really much organic shapes, not necessarily something that an AI would generate. So that is the main goal. We had this that was a very simple way of rendering how to create some of these titles, and we've done that in the past. It's really simple, but it's really efficient. Again, there is nothing happening in there. Like, you just have a flat font, you make that with a skew, you just ensure that it's visually matching the depth, and then you add your colors and your effects and your teeny tiny things. Um, Addition, you end up with a pretty cool title. So, good thing here to showcase. Going back to cross keys for this one, main thing, that's something that everyone in this stream has heard me say in the past, but that's not me saying it. So maybe, listen to someone else. um, the best design advice that they ever got is copy everything, not to steal, but copy to learn. So you need to recreate everything you see. Same goal as usual. You find something that seems daunting and kind of complicated to create inside of your design tools, code tools, whatever tools you're using. Try to copy it, try to duplicate it, and make sure that you understand exactly how it's been built. And that will just teach you so much. The examples that we have, and I'm taking every time, are these things that I've made where this is a 3D rendering and I'm just recreating that inside of Figma to make sure that I understand how, things are supposed to be and things are supposed to come out as. And that's just me practicing and understanding how I can use gradients and shadows and other things inside of Figma itself to then output something that was initially made inside of Blender or Cinema 4D without having to think too much about it. So that's the type of thing that you need to do for copy for learning. Good recommendation, as always. But yeah, just helps so much. It helps so much. Anyways, in the kind of good news that we have seen, this one was really cute. That's it. I just like this thing. That's the only reason I like this most. The other images, I don't really care. But this is really cute. It has a metallic grain. It has a good level of like corner radius on the edges, and the logo itself, if that's a logo of or profile picture, looks really nice. So that's neat. The rest of the images in there are not that impressive. Like, not much happenings. This is the only thing that makes sense. So, yeah, that's it. That's it. If you are someone that says this, I don't trust you. I understand, because that used to be the case. But I don't understand anymore. That's not the case anymore. We used to be able to have all of our apps free, specifically on Android. But for someone that has bought an iPhone is now questioning why they can't have an app that is paid. I don't know. I don't know what app that is, but let's see. It's probably this one, I'm guessing. Uh, yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna zoom in on things. I'm not. I mean, I, I don't know. I don't know. I have no clue. Uh, so yeah, I'm thinking it's probably this one because that's the one that is highlighted in the profile. Other than that, that's the only one that they have been talking about. at least from my point of view here. Um, but yeah, I don't know how much it cost. I don't know what they have done, but yeah. Give me a sec. Anyways, anyways. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I feel like that's the only thing. And um, other than that, it might be that 'cause they have many things. Um, that sounds like a natural thing. That I recognize that something that happens. So yeah, that was a fun fun review. That's all I'm gonna say on this one. This is someone just glazing paper again. I don't think this makes any fucking sense. Like, again, it's the exact same shader. Once again, nothing, nothing good about it. I'm so sorry. I want them to be good. I want paper.design to be a good tool. I, I wish, but in in October they have released the liquid metal thing. Since October, nothing else has happened. The the shaders that they are presenting just are exactly the same, and nothing changed. It pissed me off. It pissed me off because I mean, not even October. Basically, I mean, this thing is from I think last year. But yeah, I don't know. It's so bad. Anyways, moving on. This is the post that made me realize that Figma had like an event yesterday, which is really bad because again, I worked with Figma 3 weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and yeah, 2 weeks ago. That's it. And they didn't even tell me when we were working together that there was an event happening yesterday and that there will be something announced that I could, just be aware of. I went to the office of Figma to chat and was not aware. And there was no information about the fact that schema was happening yesterday in my marketing email or anything. It's wild. It is wild. So, I don't know. I'm confused. The only thing that I can blame it on is myself, obviously. And the reason is I'm living in these two files. That's my home. That's where I am all day long. I'm just here and I don't do anything else. And then here is the place where there is the banner that says, like, that schema is happening and so on. But that's it. That's the that's the only place where there was marketing. So I don't know. I'm kind of confused. Nonetheless, slots again are pretty interesting. As we said, is just a slot where you can place whatever the fuck you want, and then you have something in there. That's it. It's pretty cool. It makes sense. We'll see when I have access to this. This is in early access request situation. I need to fill out the fucking form that they have. So we'll figure it out. But goddamn. Anyways, for the people that are um, into watches, this one is really cool. That's uh, that's a very cool idea for tech people and watches people at the same time. And I feel like that's a good thing. I just don't like this. I I I don't like it. But the rest is cool. The rest is cool. Nothing to complain about. Um, so yeah, that's the thing that we talked in the beginning of the stream. There is a ton of this happening, and that one is a very interesting new potential thing. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. They have a system of AI generation for UI, which seems to be pretty interesting when it comes to the video of presentation, obviously. If it works the same way and if it's really true and that it does this, I am impressed because this is good. The fact that you can create a very rough wireframes of something, define what are the sections, create with the make design situation, and then once you have your first draft, you can say explore style, explore layout, explore whatever, and end up with variations of the design that you had in the first place in no time. Roughly, it looks like everything is roughly the same. It's just like color and style and so on. But that's pretty good. Which again, coming back to the before discussion, that might be discouraging for some of the junior and newcomers to the design industry because you might think that this is taking over your job. That's the case. Be scared. No. If you have taste, if you recognize what is good, what is bad, these are just ways for you to be faster and be more invaluable for your company if you're working for a company. So, from my point of view, these things are just way for me to just think less and think about just the things that make sense. For example, the that section where they say this is the bank balance, the action button, the recent transactions, there is nothing in there. For me, there will be so much more definition and so much more explanation in the prompt or the writing that I would do to explain exactly what I need. But then again, at some point we don't. And there is a ton of new tools that are coming up. If you are someone who is following the tech in general, um, Nothing phones are building a new app that I forgot the name, obviously, that is a web app and a phone app that basically lets you create apps for yourself. So you can just inside of your phone or the website, I think, I forgot, ask for an app that does exactly something specific that you don't have on your phone. And it will generate the code and basically the widgets or a quick action or something to give you basically what you are asking for, giving you a personalized UI and interface that is dedicated to you. That's basically the same thing. The output of these things, specifically the nothing one, is probably going to be something along the line of here are the templates of the component that we have, and we can mash them together in different ways, but that's about it. For something like this, it has the potential of giving a lot more personality to elements, but it's also going to be something that is very much tied to existing design style that we already have seen and existing layouts that just make sense based on the training model. Nonetheless, impressive, pretty cool. Their landing page is kind of shit, and I'm sad about it because it shouldn't, but it is. Um, like you only have this, and it shows you some of their created generated components. These things are working, which is really fun. You have like elements here and there, but it doesn't do shit. And it's so sad because it could have been good, and it's not. So yeah, it's kind of sad. Nonetheless, moving on from this thing, it's interesting. I think it's going to be interesting in the future, but there is the same thing with the make anything AI and or anything AI and the other platforms that are trying to do the exact same thing. So we'll see. We'll see who wins this debate. Anyways, Heather is doing a lot of package as always, and we love everything. I really need to use Portal soon, so that's gonna happen. But I love the fact that they are building their packages in a way that just makes sense and in a way that the like ecosystem of packages that Heather is creating has like the same feel, the same vibe for all of the icons every time. So yeah, we do like it. Most of them are really, really useful. I really need to use this one, but that's for later. So we'll see. This one is crazy to me. This is a representation of sketch glass, and they are using something that has like a refraction index to create this. That's the wrong thing. Create this kind of rainbow outline on the edges, the chromatic aberration here and there. The thing that is fun to me is the fact that this fucking video is moving at 2 frames a second. And that's a good representation of how Sketch is performant. Specifically on a file like this, which contains so much effect and so much things on all of the icons that are in there, it cannot compete with the speed of Figma, and that's really sad. The Sketch is really good. But, that's just a small point on this one. This is the thing that is the same thing as Teki sent me with the particles. This is what I need. That's what I need. I need to figure out how to get these explosions, how to get these particles to work, and yeah, because that's gonna change the interface and how people are perceiving the interface. So I feel like my weekend is gonna be on particle creation and the sprite system, the sprite API in SwiftUI to make sure that I understand how I can achieve this. Moving on. Moving on. This is something that I liked for one specific reason, and now that I clicked on it a second time, something else came up. But it seems this is something that gives you recipes and options based on what is currently in your fridge and what you can do for your breakfast, for dinner, for whatever to, let your food be the conversation of the table. And basically getting better at cooking, I guess. I'm guessing. What pissed me off why the fuck would I need an account for this? That makes no sense. Like, If it's if it's an app about my fridge, why do I need an account? It it's the thing that are in my fridge, and you will have the information stored locally because it's a list of ingredients. It's not I'm not gonna have like 2,000 thing in my fridge, so that's not something that requires me to have a server or anything. And the only thing that is like server based, if that's something that exists in there, is the recipe generation based on the ingredients. But the creation of an account makes no sense whatsoever, and that pissed me off. Which is good, because it goes back to what I said for Can, it goes back to what I said for Prefume as well. It makes no sense for me to force you as the user to create an account when I don't need you to have an account. You can use the app and the entirety of the functionalities of the app without having an account. If you decide to upgrade and buy the app or subscription or whatever, it's tied to your account, like your iCloud account, your um, like you know Google account, things like this. And so you have the information about the users that have bought the app. You have the information about the users that are active on the app. And yeah, so I don't know. It feels really weird to me to force people to have accounts when they don't need to. Again, I mean, I know that that's a different situation and um, yeah, a different mindset, at least from my point of view. That's the wrong thing. But I can't. What do you mean? I just logged in. What do you mean you logged me out? Dang. So, right here, if I go in lifetime, because it will make more sense, um, I have like the information. I know that I currently am closing on the first 100 users on the app. I've made $20 already in the first day. And we've had 3 crashes that I need to fix. And in total, there has been like 81 sessions um, in the app. So almost every people that have downloaded the app has used the app and allowed me to get the information. All of that is just the existing people that are allowing me to get the information, which means that I probably have more than that. There is like, this is roughly 10%. So I have the information and I can sell the app if necessary with these metrics because that's there. So yeah. What's crashing? All right. I need to know what these are. I need to know what these are. Like 3 yesterday. What happened yesterday? Hmm. Interesting. Anyways, I'll figure it out. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It feels weird to me, and that's the that I just want to rent. What about this one? This one was funny to me. This is just an Amazon delivery services. The as they call it, the same minute delivery. Um, I feel like that's kind of funny. It's a good idea. It's a good idea. Goddamn. If you're not French, you will not understand this, and that's fine. So, just for the details, Luke is doing a lot of good things as always, and a lot of textures and stuff. Dual dividers to have these natural feel. You have the holographic section to the tap to pay and so on. A lot of really good torn paper at the top, leather backing for the header. All of that makes a lot of sense. That word is hated in France, half and half. So, chocolatine and pain au chocolat are these things. And depending on where you are in France, you will have a fight based on how you say it. And so, a lot of bakeries in the departments that are saying this are doing that, meaning that they are selling these things for $1.05. But if you say the wrong word that is not the one from the region, you're gonna pay $5. And because these French, as always, are so proud of themselves, they will never say that word. So they will pay $5. So that's good. Anyways, details and storytelling about the pain au chocolat or the chocolatine. It happens. It's neat. This one was really cute for how good it is. And I'm really impressed by the output. That's indeed. Hi, what got it? I will take a look at that, yes. So that's a very cool looking thing. It looks like the pirate glass that you see in the on the seashore. The texture is really frosted, but not too much, and you can see through, and it's really cool. It looks like a piece of candy with something on top. I really like the output, so you know, it's fun. We like it. We like it. This one was cool for the presentation. The output is kind of not my style, but the video presentation, going back to what we said 2 months ago, nowadays, apparently, if you are good with motion design, your post and your discovery is going to be bigger and better because videos makes more sense right now and video convert a lot more. So yeah, if you are not learning that, please do. Please do. It's going to be useful. It's going to be useful in the long term. This one was fun. Someone created a shader to create Lego for yourself, and someone else used that. Someone else being Jay, as always, and created like a camera-based Lego effect. So it builds yourself as a Lego, and then if you take a screenshot, for example, you could 100% recreate that whole thing in Lego pieces if you have these colors and these things already. So it's fun to see. It's a fun work. It's a fun work. I think I'm close to the top, so that's why I'm continuing on scoring, and then we can go through the blind beach test. This looks good, right? I don't think it works. I don't know where that is. I think this is New York, or at least it's the US. But I don't think that works. I I hope I'm wrong. I don't think I've ever been on the lookout for sandwiches. I've been on the lookout for a burger, but I haven't been on the lookout for a sandwich. Or if it was a sandwich, it has never been marketed to me as a sandwich. It's been marketed to me as focaccia or other types of sandwiches that we have, but never sandwiches. Um, so I don't know. And then the second thing that is kind of funny to me is that this is the sandwiches place, but then you have a Five Guys right here. If you are someone that is like me and you like fries and burgers, I would go to the Five Guys instead. So yeah, but do they love sandwiches or do they call that differently? Like, do they say sandwiches? That's kind of the question because it's not necessarily something I see. This one, I just love this shot, and that's it. The rest, I don't care. But that shot, goddamn, it's just it's just nothing. But this is pretty cool. This is a new robot that came out, and they are building like one of the other, humanistic, um, humanoid stuff. Um, there was a doggo, so yeah. The French word is sandwich. Is sandwich, un sandwich. Hmm. That's very French. Um, so we've seen some of the effects. This one was really cool. This is the same advice that I said earlier. Sorry, the same advice that I seen earlier. Of course, with the French accent. God damn it. Um, and then there was this thing for the Japanese illustration that was really good. So we did like it a lot, and that's the end of the thing. So yes, we did like it. We did like it. What is your issue with this? What do you want me to take a look at the lyrics? I'm guessing. That is probably the only thing that happened. The lyrics. Um, I mean, that seems to be working fine. That seems to be working fine. I don't know exactly if this is the proper rendering, but it depends on stuff. Overall, it is pretty readable. Mhm. You can read stuff, and therefore it's fine. And therefore it is fine. No, the size is good. Your overall like layout is proper. I'm guessing that when you're expanding it, you're gonna go in full screen, which is fine. Um, I don't see anything wrong with it. I might say the I can't really show that, which is kind of sad. Um, but the overall rendering of the because there is no fucking lyrics on this one, but since I switched to Apple Music, now obviously I'm seeing things that I haven't seen before, and there is a ton of really small details that are pretty interesting. Um, but overall, it is good. Most of the things that are in there are really nice. I think what you have is good. It might be like it might be a bit tight in terms of lyrics placements. Like you could double the amount of space um in between each of the sentences, but that's it. Like nothing really shocked me in that's not good. Um yeah. I mean paragraph slash chorus and things, but I don't know if you have access to this. I doubt it. Let's say I'm wrong. Um but that's good. Maybe you can double the spacing between your stack. So just make sure that it's currently like at 16 or 24, and it looks like it's at 8. So let's make it at 24. Maybe it would work. Um, and do you have? No, you don't. Yeah, you don't have that. Um, I was about to say, do you have the word by word as well? But I don't think you do. I think you have sentence by sentence, as in this is that timestamp to that timestamp. That's the sentence that is currently playing, and that's all you have. I think. I don't know. Um, but yeah, if that's the case, then that's fine. The only thing I think I didn't. You know what? Let me rephrase that. I don't think I did. I don't think. Yes, I didn't. Um, Let me just check for a split second. I know that we have the Apple Music interface um, somewhere. Someone did it. And as a reference, it could be pretty okay. Do we have that? I don't think we do. Uh, that's so bad. Oh, dang. Um, huh. Uh, Something's wrong. That might be a bit too much. Um, but also, if I'm on full screen, I'm expecting it to be on full screen. So I'm expecting this edge to be like very much full screen, full screen. And like that's a lot of space. The distance here is 16, and you probably also have 16. So you have like 32 in padding for the text when it's not necessary. If you go full screen and it's like border to border, that makes more sense. Okay, hi, welcome on in. Um, the spacing is uneven, but I'm guessing that these two are probably because of this is a paragraph type of situation. Yeah, I think no padding would make more sense, but yeah, at least for me. At least for me. Let me check that for a split second. Ah. Yeah, I don't think they have added anything. God damn. Um, I thought they would. Like him, hi. Well, come on in. Welcome back. How have you been? How is everything? This is not the correct thing um, for what they have created, but it is an interesting potential. So let me just fucking zoom in. The difference that they have, and it's kind of similar to what they currently have, but it's not exactly true, is the currently playing lyric phrase that they have is going to be in the center of the screen, unless you kind of scroll through, but it doesn't really matter. The other ones that are past and coming on are going to have this delayed color so that the further out from the center you are, the less opaque it becomes, and also the more blurred it becomes. So that's not like the main thing that I'm seeing on the iOS version is the fact that it's focused on the karaoke rather than anything else. Like there is so much thing that is so good for karaoke, which is pretty interesting. But yeah, that's the thing that we have. Um, like that's a pretty good representation of what it is, specifically with the word by word situation. They have this thing, which is very much that. It's the word that is currently read is going to have a gradient on that word until it's finished. So it's extremely accurate, which is pretty impressive from a user point of view. But yeah, they are doing this thing where they are blurring the next lyrics and so on. Is it good? I don't know. Is it useful? Not really. Is it something that is easy to do for you? Not really either. So you do you. Um, I do think that the overall um, gradient mask would be a good idea. So just having a gradient mask on that scrolling thing to simply have the three in the middle, the three sentences in the middle being full opacity and the rest being like less opacity, I feel like that's a good thing. But yeah, um, gradient mask would help. Bitch. I don't think this is gonna work. I know that this called copy image is kind of shit, but that's apparently working. Cool. Cool. Exactly what I thought it would be. Cool. So what I'm saying here is if you get 50, I guess it's gonna be pretty good. Yeah, I guess. 32, 74, 32, probably. Just that could help. That's it, you know. Um, so it could just make it more fun. Uh, and it doesn't requires too much effort. It's a simple like gradient blur or gradient mask on top of or underneath the content. You should be fine with it. Um, So right now I did it on top. I used the color and that's it. For you, I would say use a mask if that's an option, if it's as easy as it is um, to just mask content with a gradient shape. That's it. Um, that just basically it focuses the user's viewpoint on what is currently supposed to be read. And then for later, that's not necessarily something that you can do. Um, but later, I would say getting something like this is an option. You know, not 16, but that could do something. Android is gonna not like you with that, for sure. So don't do that. But yeah, that's a potential. Um, Potential easiest thing to do is going to be this. Yeah, no, you can still view them. It's just like the less important thing, specifically because most people are singing along when they are reading the lyrics and or when they are starting to scroll because they want to read the lyrics ahead, really, the effect can go away. So if you are scrolling, that's the rendering. If you're not scrolling it, it's the automatic scroll that is just following the song. That makes more sense. And if you have the blur, that makes even more sense because you want the user to focus on what they are supposed to be reading, aka current sentence, next sentence. That's the that's basically the thing that needs to happen. And that makes sense. But yeah. On scroll. That's probably what happened. What do you mean no? What do you mean no? I'm pretty good. I'm pretty good. I had like some cardiologist feedbacks where the medicine was too strong. So now we are dividing the medicine by two, and then probably soon-ish I can be off the meds. Which means less tired, but I'm still tired. I don't know. Kat, did you send me the... No, you didn't. Um, don't do it though. But I don't remember. Um, I don't remember much. Um, I had high blood pressure. Almost died, finally, and didn't. So sad. I'm still alive. No, I was saying, did you send me the Spotify version? But I don't think you did. Um, I'm looking at screenshots. Most of them don't have the lyrics, and I don't think Just Opposed has the lyrics on her. Um, and this is gonna be a fucking presentation again. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. God damn it. And that's gonna be the same shit Yeah, I mean that's basically the same thing, but you can see how this happens. Uh, yeah. I don't, so, Stony, I don't think it distracts, but obviously I have personal stakes on that. Um, to me, this is more distracting than the rest. Like the fact that, again, dyslexic, so anything that is text-based is going to be a very hard time for me. So if I can focus on the current sentence that I need to read for following through, if it's like a new song that I'm listening to, it's going to help a lot for me to just not have any other distractions. So that's why it makes more sense to have like the blur and the effects and the things that I can focus on. The past sentence even is not necessarily good. The next sentence makes kind of sense if my brain is subconscious enough to read it before I can read it, because that happens. But I will need to be like on the point. Um, but yeah, I'm not. Also, I'm rarely someone that is singing along, other than, and it's a very limited amount of thing. The only other places that I'm singing along and songs that I'm singing along or looking at are the Japanese songs that I have in my Spotify and Apple Music now to read the kanjis at the same time. Like that's the thing. That's what I kind of like to see, because it just makes sense to me to just practice and learn how to just, pronounce thing and so on. Other than that, I would say overall it works when you're looking at what Spotify has based on Cat's web brain, based on Cat's screenshot, which is zoomed in. If I'm not wrong, your font might be a bit tiny, but that's it. But yeah, other than that, I wish I could get there. Um, but I don't think I could. Uh, that's cute as fuck. No, not that. That's the thing in question for Apple Music. So they have like a lot of blur, obviously, and then that is when the like the thing don't are not necessary. The whole system is pretty good. The thing that I do like about this is the pronunciation section. Specifically for me, this is like the best option. Um, because now I can kind of read and read at the same time. This is really, really cool. I don't think you need to have that. Don't worry about it. But yeah, that's the type of thing that kind of makes sense, at least for me, to have to some extent, um, in there. But yeah. Yeah, we don't really have a choice. Okay. Spotify is just not viable anymore for ethics reasons. Um, Specifically from their last activities. So yeah, we're gonna avoid Spotify a lot, a lot, a lot. But yeah, you might go for you might go for bigger, like, they kind of did. They are supporting the non-Palestinian, if I can say that, heavily, like very heavily. So they basically are killing people, yes, and right now, specifically right now. So that is the reason I kind of moved. They just subsidize the entire thing. So it happens. I don't get it, but it happens. Nonetheless, Stoney, you could go for a teeny tiny bit more font width so that it is bigger. Um, and, you know, uh, that's about it. That's about it. I think the thing is pretty good. It's working. If you go with a bigger font and you keep that same amount of spacing, you should be good. Font wise, I don't know like how much it is. Sorry, I didn't see that. Yeah, I mean that's kind of the same. They have like that gradient transition thing that is kind of similar. Um, yeah, that's a bit better. I feel like I mean now I feel like the spacing might be a bit wrong. I You know what? Give me a second. That's probably gonna be an easier thing to do. Potentially, I don't know. um, I doubt you have the same sized things, anyways. So yeah, it's a tad bit bigger. Um, you don't have a single letter in common? Yeah, no, you do. You do. Let me get an A. That's a big ass A. Let me get that. 80? Yes. That's the thing. Yeah, I mean, you're kind of close. Yours is currently roughly here. Not ideal, but like roughly here. So that's like a 60 based on this, which makes absolutely no sense. And this was a 70, so you have 10 points in difference. In terms of sizes, if you want to make it a tad bigger to be more closer to this, that's the thing. Um, so the good thing, Kat, I know that you would probably never go with Apple Music, which makes sense. Um, the good thing that they have, and we kind of showcased that before, um, but basically here now they've done something really good. If you go for um, Apple Music, it's on iPhone obviously, but you have it on your iPad. Um, right about here, or I forgot where it is, but it's right in the fucking center. You have this thing now. And so you can just say transfer music, and that's just gonna say what thing, where are you coming from, what you want, and then you click on what you want, you just connect, and that's it. It's done. Like it was pretty impressive. It missed roughly 200 songs. Not gonna lie, there are things that they don't have, but yeah, and that's the thing. YouTube Music is debatable. I don't like the interface and I don't like the use of it. I have it. I have premium, so I have it, but I just don't like it. The way that it looks, the way that it's presented, it just looked like shit to me. So, yeah, that is a good title. But yeah, no, I don't know. I don't like YouTube music overall thing. It just feels wrong. Um, but yeah, the good thing that the propaganda that I'm gonna give you right now, okay, uh, Apple Music has a better sound quality than Spotify. However, that's only applicable if you are using the wired headphones. If that's not the case, you don't know, and you will never know. So, yeah, I'm gonna say something that's gonna make you reconsider Apple Music right now. Okay. Um, you can't. Again, that's what I'm gonna show you. Again, here is the music that is currently playing on my. Um, no, you can't have the lossless audio through earphones, AirBuds, Bluetooth. Like that's not an option. So it needs to be wired. So that's the thing. So nonetheless, this thing right here is currently displaying what I'm currently playing on my computer, which is what you're hearing in the background. If I was on Spotify right now and I was playing things on Spotify, you would see that right here. Like this would be the same song on both. And that doesn't exist. And that pissed me off. That makes no sense. What happens is if I start playing music here, it's going to tell me, oh, you need a family account because you are using Apple Music on two different devices. And it's my own device. It makes no sense. It makes no sense. I don't understand why that's not like th- this is the thing that is the best presentation of how the Apple ecosystem is so much better because it's seamless and it's supposed to blend and so on. And that's not the case. And if I click play here, you're gonna tell me that one more device that is my own, that is connected with my own subscription and my own iCloud account, need a family plan to be able to move from device to device when I'm coming back from the grocery and coming back here. That makes no sense. No sense. Like it makes no sense. It's so wild. It is so wild. But Spotify has it. So, that's the thing. That's one of the things that Spotify is kind of gaining in terms of capacities and stuff. However, I'm gonna say something that is really bad. Brace yourself. I know. I know. You know what? I'm gonna go here specifically because it's gonna make more sense. And I'm sad about it. I'm really sad about it. I really haven't listened to music since I started streaming. I like really much have stopped listening to music and discovering new music and so much stuff because I use music for background for the stream itself. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good stream as well. And that's it. And then um I'm just not listening to music anymore, which is really bad. And I used to be someone that was listening to music all day at night and so on. And it's just that's not the case anymore, which is kind of wild. Kind of wild. I don't know. I don't like the ID, but it's still the case. So, it happens. It happens. Anyways, so yeah, no, Stony, I think that's pretty good. Um, I think that's a pretty good thing. If you have like no padding around it, would be much better to have a full screen that is actually full screen. That makes sense. But yeah, other than that, you should be good. You can also see that based on the size of the things, not that it will be much different, but you have roughly like 90 points around these two things, and you have roughly about 90 points around these two things. So you have like the same amount of spacing between your lines. As long as you bump the font here, you should be good. That's the previous version. That's not the latest version that you set. So yeah. Um, that's it's not the same. But yeah. Oh, yeah, that good. Oh, I didn't notice that. Well, thank you. We're catching up to my followings. That's crazy. That is crazy. What do we have here? Nothing. Radius is at 0 when you are in full screen. Of course, you can ask question. What the fuck are you thinking? Yes. So yes, 100% the radius is going to go at 0 because you are expanding things to the edges. So it needs to look like it's a full screen thing. Um, I would say the expansion needs to happen when you reach the... Because I see the animations in my head, obviously. Uh, when you reach the edge, the corner just basically fills it when you reach the edge, but not before. Otherwise, you would have an expansion that is going from a corner radius to 90 degrees while it's expanding. So that's not good. But it's fine. It's fine. That was one of the example that I had earlier for stickers. Um, a lot of stickers happening. So yeah, fun stuff. Fun stuff, nonetheless. Um, Spacing and fonts. That's usually what it is, or at least from my point of view and what I've seen. It's the even if you are looking at stuff like the native iOS layout that we have, like in the examples, let me see if we have anything. Um, like let's say you have this, which is not necessarily the best representation of whatever, but like that on its own kind of looks cheap. Uh, but it looks okay, but it kind of looks cheap in a way. There are things that are not necessarily exactly what you're expecting them to be. But overall, it's pretty good. It is pretty clean because it is um, like system based. And because it is system based, you are expecting the system level of polish and the system level of interactions and fonts and layouts and hierarchy and so on. So it looked like a stock app, but it doesn't behave like a stock app. Like this thing, not necessarily a good idea. Uh, these things right here might be a bit more rounded now than they are in reality, and something is missing about it, but it doesn't mean that it's really bad, and it doesn't mean that the things can't be changed. But if you just decided to say, well, you know what, I'm going to take these, and instead of using the body emphasize, for example, I might just use that as bold or heavy so that it's like more emphasized than expected. I might say that, maybe this thing has an icon on the left or right or something. That could be something. Maybe here my titles are currently using like the regular body, but because I want them to be a bit more important, I'm just going to emphasize them so that they take more importance, specifically here in that use cases. That's a bit too repetitive, so it makes no sense. But like for these ones, it could make sense. But most of the issues that we are seeing uh, are related to these, where it's just a matter of the layout is good, the content is good, but there is something about the font and the alignment that makes it look kind of bad. The example that we have on my end, obviously, we have examples, which does really matter. I don't need this, I need this. The the app here is fine. The app here is fine. I would say the app here kind of looks cheap. Not gonna lie, this is kind of cheap. These pages are debatable. Like they are okay, but they are kind of debatable. We could have like a lot more design done around here. Like this one is fine, but it's still kind of cheap. And it's mostly the font and the layout, font and spacing that are really bad. This is fine. This is pretty good. Obviously, biased. This is kind of shit. This is basic. This is the as system level as I could make it for the systems because the settings, because that's basically where things need to be as familiar as possible. So it looks kind of cheap. I do agree with that. And it stops here for most people. I have this on top, but like that's really simple. If I go back to the other app and we go into the settings, same thing. That's also kind of cheap. It is using the latest native iOS 26 environment, plus some activities and different things here and there for, presentation and so on. But it is the native representation with what you would probably see in the actual settings page of any of the iOS Basics app, which is kind of cheap. It could be much better. And the thing that I'm seeing personally is the fact that you are going from this environment that is well designed, or at least way different compared to the native thing, to something that is like really polished and so on. And then you end up here, which already is kind of lacking in terms of design related stuff. And then there, and it's the settings, and it's kind of, I know it's a page that I will never see or not see often, but still. So that's usually the reason it is font layout and hierarchy of the information that looks just boring, too native, too classical, that makes it look cheap. One of the other thing that I've seen before is that overall, there is like a feel of templates with the native components. So if you're using things when it comes to like the layout of pages, if we have one that is a bit better than this, these are just to present whatever. But if I'm using like a layout like this and it's exactly the same as one of the existing app, it feels wrong. It feels like something is missing because it's a template. So, eh, it's the thing. Um, but yeah, like I don't know. It misses something. And usually it's the font. Usually it's just the font needs to be a bit more different than the native thing, a bit more hierarchy, a bit more spots here and there. Like a view like this for the empty space is fine. It's native. It works. Like this one, the center one, nothing to say about it. Like it's an empty screen. I'm fine with it. But I don't know if I have. I think I do have one that is an absolute native thing. Not you. Oh, they changed. They changed the UI a bit. Um, but yeah, they use as much like native components so that it's the most responsive possible and so on. But you can still see that this is less cheap than the default view that we had a second ago, mainly because it is um, just it's carded. There is a lot more color. There is a border around the cards and so on. I don't think I have another one that would be considered as as bad. No, this one is. Yeah, no, this one is not gonna do the same thing. And Flux is just Flux. So yeah. Sorry, I just saw the icon move at the top. That made me laugh. I know exactly why that happens, but that's funny. It's funny. Um, that's just someone that is basically like me that discovered the fact that we can have animation on open and just put it everywhere because it's funny. I did the same. I'm not blaming them. But yeah, no, that's basically the thing. I don't think any of the other apps that I have could be considered cheap. Maybe this one, because it's old and it hasn't been updated in a while. And so you have like these shadows that are really dated. It's a white on white situation. The detail page transition and so on, like it's giving French in a bad way. There are good things about it, but it's mostly dated. There are issues. There are like shadows cropping here, carousel cropping on the other side. Like all of that makes no sense to me. But yeah, that's a cheap-ish app, but it's also it feels more dated than cheap, at least for me. Um, I don't think anything else would be considered in the cheap for you. Um, yeah, no, you can't do that. Um, the dating apps are not. I mean, I guess this one might be in the very cheap unless they made an update. Finally, no, it's very, very cheap. Um, that's the type of thing like the Japanese apps, dating apps as well, but also like just apps in general have a very, very bad organization of the content, and things just are not optimized for mobile, and it just looked really bad. So that's something to, uh, keep in mind. What you can see here, for example, is that the font is not really hierarchical as expected. The background is white, the cards are white. The only thing that makes the difference in between what's a card and what's not a card is the shadow. But it doesn't look really good. There is this fucking filter in the center that is gray, but we don't really understand why. Like all of these things are pretty interesting. You don't have like blur at the bottom. You don't have much stuff happening, so it's kind of bad. Not gonna lie, it's kind of bad. So I would say this one is really cheap. But then again, if you go into other places, because in Japan apps, this one is not cheap, but it is uncommon. I wouldn't expect to see that design in many, many places because it uses or it's used. I don't know if it has been updated. Yeah, it hasn't. It it has this printed paper type of feel, and they have similar illustrations, similar layout, and so on paper as well in the guides that I'm receiving in the mails and so on. But there is an issue with the hierarchy, there is an issue with the spacing, there is an issue with the fonts. Like disaster prevention map, they needed to change the kerning, the spacing between the letters, just to make sure that it fits in that amount of thing. Notifications is the same thing. And so the one of the reasons that I'm seeing that and that has some issues is also the fact that I'm currently watching and using the app um, in a different language, like in English, instead of being it or using it in Japanese, which it now needs to download again, which the Japanese version has a better layout overall because the text kind of fits. Um, but it's also like kind of annoying. But the icons don't match and so on. But it's also like it's basically that. It's the font. It's the font and the colors and the entire thing. But like this makes a lot more sense when you see it. Like it's fine. I get it. All of these things are mostly on one line, and it just makes sense. So all of that um is fine. Like that's the everything needs to be downloaded all the time. It just makes no fucking sense. But yeah, no, that's the thing. Most of these apps are pretty good overall, but it's also like they have some issues here and there. This one has a lot of issues. I can't show you that because private informations, like my account number is right front and center, so that's not an option. But yeah, I would say the fonts, the colors, the layouts are the reasons, and by saying all of that, it sounds like it's everything, which makes sense. But yeah, yeah, that works. It's kind of weird to have the rewrapping, but I get it. I'm complaining about it, but not complaining about it. Yeah, that works. Stony, that's good. That is good. Probably way better for Cat and for other people that need his glasses. So good job. Good job on that. I think that's okay. Then there is also this thing where things look dated and not cheap. Going back to what I was saying. Um, um, they're using the Apple version here with the transition grain thing. Um, but yeah, no, overall, it's just like either it's dated and it doesn't work anymore, and therefore it's just feels cheap. But here, for example, it is dated, it is highly dated, but it is using most of the newer tendency and design stuff. So um, so here, for example, what makes it less cheap than what it is? First of all, it's on purpose, so that obviously put it apart. But then it's using plus lighter for most of the icons so that they stand out from the color. It's using blur for the elements so that it stands out from the others. There is highlight on the corners of the elements to mimic like how the elements would be lit on their own. The glass is not liquid glass, but it's like different glossy stuff. Um, and these are a lot of things. The only thing that I would change here is the shadow underneath the titties right here because it's not really good. And that's one of these things that are not necessarily the easiest to achieve. Let me just show you what I mean. If you have, that's a very interesting concept. If you have um, an element that is right there, like let's say this is my phone, whatever thing, and then I have something that is in between the two, and this thing has a shadow, and this thing has a shadow. Let's just add an effect here. Let's make it, I don't know, 68, 69, for no fucking reason, and lots of blur. If I do that, it looks as if this is on the floor and the white section is the floor. And so that is on top of both, and it's exactly at the same level. One thing that happens, usually, that's more complex to achieve but also feasible, is this. That element, right about here, is gonna have somehow something that is going to be, weirdly enough, a difference of shadow and drop shadows. So you would have something around here that would say that element right here that is going to mimic the shadow that I would need to have is going to be contained inside of this container right here. And that container right about here is going to be inside of my main container here and be non-clipping. And then that one going to be clipping. So you have that element that is dropping a shadow on inside of my main container, and that element that is supposed to drop a shadow in behind this one. So that one is going to need some sort of a sub-level hierarchical information of, let's use just a black for now because it's make more sense. That thing is going to have like not a drop shadow, but a layer blur on its own, which will probably be like a massive thing. And it's just going to be underneath these two things with enough like distance or difference in between the two. It's probably going to be lighter because it doesn't hit the same, but you need somehow a difference of information so that the user understand that this thing has a different level of like height, and you will probably also have a drop shadow on this thing to just get right about here, for example, so that you get the different impact of each thing's. Maybe this one is like right about here. It's closer to the element. So that is the type of thing that you can do. Usually, specifically with these rendering, you would have like a bit of a rectangle around here, you know, um, type of situations. That's a fun thing that you can do if you want to. But yeah. This is looking old school, like looking dated, but still using the common new things. Um, and things that are not making sense to me. Kano, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Welcome on in. Am I strictly for iOS and Apple? No. I have my PC and my Android phones. I have two of them, and my Mac and my iPhone. I have everything. I had a Linux laptop at some point, and then I stopped. But yeah, no, I'm not just for one OS. I feel like everything is pretty good. One of the issues that I have also with this, and it makes sense for the sake of, you know, readability and accessibility and shit. If you look closely, and you probably see that there is like a big ass shadow halo around the entire thing, at the top and at the bottom. Like it's one massive drop shadow for the entire content to just give it enough contrast in case the background end up being the exact same color. That makes no sense. That makes absolutely no sense, because if you have your light source that is coming from the top, which is what is represented on these elements, there shouldn't be any shadow at the top here. The shadow should be at the bottom and only at the bottom. But the entire thing has that dark glow to make sure that it has enough contrast with the background, and that makes no sense. That happens all the time. So I'm using columns. You mean like this? Nice cat. That's designed using columns. Kinda. It's a grid, but it's also a masonry grid, so it's kind of weird. But maybe.
Big underscore Kino is now following.
It has a bit of a KDE. I mean, it's one of these weird, not weird, but it's one of these new-ish themes. We talked about them on Monday, for example. I think, Stony, you would like these ones as well. Let's see if I can find it. Wasn't that far off. Wasn't that far off. Right there. Kilo is doing a lot of really cool things, and we have like a lot of really interesting layouts and presentation for materials when it comes to how they are creating their things. It's really fun. So, that, you know, like just for experiments' sake, it's just fun to see and fun to play with, specifically with designers. Like Again, very easy to achieve, but also really fun to play with. So yeah, we do like them. So grid makes a lot of sense for plenty of things. It's just forcing you to have a specific layout. So going back to this, because we can, the layout here is a column, and that's a grid. You know, like it's a grid. The issue that I have with this is that because I don't have everything is exactly a multiple of 3, and I end up exactly at the end every time, which makes no fucking sense, and that shouldn't happen, but it happens. But yeah, like that's the thing. A grid is fine. It's just it depends on the use case, and sometimes a column is what you need to have. Sometimes a grid is what you need to have. There's not really anything wrong about it. I would say if you go with something similar to this, for example, that's going to be kind of bad. This is a grid as well. It's a bit of a weird grid, but it's a grid as well. You have technically 2 columns, but it's a masonry grid, and it works. Just element next to element, and that's it. That's how it works. So that's the thing that you can play with, and so on. The thing that we have most of the time, in most cases, is that the reason why people are using grid is because they are used to build things as tables. All the generation of designers and all devs will end up with a use case with grids because they just use to create things with tables. So yeah. Grids in design is basically when you need something that isn't properly like here. That section, if you can see the grid in the background, which is kind of not necessarily the best representation and the easiest to see, but it's there. I don't think you can see that through the stream. But that grid, that's potentially a grid. So I have like 1, 2 FR thing followed by 1 FR, 1 FR, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2. Because start at 2, I end at 2. It's spread it out properly. And that makes sense. It's also like the amount of time is kind of, it's not related. If that was the case, this one should take, this one should take 2 as well. But that's not the case. Doesn't matter. So these are the type of thing that you would create and use a grid for. If you go to the same thing here, this is something that you would design with a grid as well. And so the grid gives you the ability to create shit like this, where you have 1 FR, 1 FR, 1 FR as well in terms of width, but it's 2 FR in height. So that's a different thing. That's a different block to have, and so on. So that's the thing. That one is pretty. It's pretty simple. It goes down into a side-to-side related stuff really, really quickly because you're probably going to be on mobile. You end up with small blocks and bigger top and bottom. That's the easiest thing that I could do. It makes sense. It works. But yeah, and on this one, it's just it's the same system. Just go from one to the other. That's the That's the easiest thing for you specifically in terms of what you would have here. So if I create like a frame, again, going back there, um, and you want to create a grid inside of this. So I'm adding a grid here. I'm defining that this thing is going to be a 4 by 3. That's going to be the easiest thing to have. If and when I'm adding an element to my grid and I'm placing it inside of it, this thing is going to take a 1 by 1 element right here. I could say this is going to spread out to 2, and now I have this thing as 2 by 1. That 2 by 1 element is going to be pretty good. I can then just say, you know what, I need like a secondary thing right about here. It's going to be a 1 by 1 and just that. Here, I'm going to have that here with a 1 by 1 right there. And I'm getting a 2 by 1 right about here. I need one of these right there. I know I will need some of that and one of this here. So now my grid is kind of set up. And so most of these things are pretty good. The only thing that I don't have is these two don't spread vertically when I'm resizing the thing for some reason. I don't know why, but that's the case. Doesn't really matter. That grid right now only is using a 10 by 10 in terms of spacing. So I want to bump that out to like a 50 by 50. And I'm going to make sure that this is like mapped to the bottom as well. And so now I have 50 by 50 blocks that will always be 50 by 50 and be good. That whole system, that grid in question, is now working, meaning that any time that my page, website, whatever is resizing, this is just going to flex to display however it needs to be displayed while maintaining all of these elements inside of that grid system. And said grid system is just whatever the fuck you want. And you know, you can just create that like this. And now you have one of the Apple presentation bento grid thingy. And you can do whatever you want on this. That's the thing. If I go to here, let me see if I can find it. I know that we have one somewhere around here that is one of the latest creation that is using one of the grid kind of not and not really, but kind of. See, it's gonna not be there. No, that's not the one. Did I not like it? That's probably the case. Did I like it on the threads? That might be a thing. Yeah, I probably have. I probably have. 1 second. Let's check. The blocks in question can be whatever. So that's the good thing, right? You can have whatever you want inside of these things, and it will make sense. But it's just it needs to fit that container. So something like this. That's a grid. That's a grid. Specifically, the top section is what we want to check. But like this is the grid in question, and so in mobile it has a bit of a different layout overall, but you can see how it just responds to the different sizes based on how like max size for the width is going to be this. You have a breakpoint here, you have a secondary breakpoint there for the mobile version, and so on. So grid is cards, grid is text. It's basically whatever container you want to have. That's it. And it's everything you have. So all of these make sense for the use case. I don't really know how to explain what a grid is used for other than you can think of it as an in the initial state, a grid is a uniform table. It's just cell, 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 cell. That's fine. And the only thing that you can do with the grid is define that an element inside of your grid is taking a certain amount of cells, either vertically or horizontally. That's all you can do with it. You can't necessarily do something that would be like this. I mean, you can, but you can't create like an L-shaped grid or an L-shaped element that would be in the grid, because technically speaking, that element is taking 3 FR, 2 FR, but it's empty around here. So that's more complex to do. You can, but it's not like something that is based on the grid. It's a bit of a weird situation because this needs to be empty and transparent and so on. Yeah, all that. But yeah, it's going to be images, it's going to be text, it's going to be linked to other projects, it's going to be presentation, it can be very much whatever you want. And the good thing, or at least what people recognize as the good thing, is that it is as flexible as you want it to be. So, like, you can make it more or less wide and so on. Obviously, they will have like a min width and max width, and so that's one of the things that you can play with. So it will, if you go back to some of the initial website, I doubt I can find that. Um, yeah, some of the older internet websites were built um, on tables, and that's potentially a table. I mean, I don't think so. I think this was roughly a column, but it's kind of the idea of your grid here. Like that table around here is defining that this is going to take 3 cells, this is going to take 50 cells, this is going to take 3 cells again. And that's how it's built. And so grid is a reaction to the use of table to provide more flexibility to the table build. I know this is kind of complex. That's basically what happened. We had tables. It didn't necessarily, I mean, it worked for the longest time. It still works today. And you can still create something that is based on the table, but then you have grid that is just more flexible. It's a more flexible table, and so on. But yeah, it's a way of organizing the content. I think that's the easiest way I can present it. It's a way of clustering the elements to part of the page and making sure that they remain there. Um, but yeah, to go back to the message that you said earlier of, I know Figma just announced grid, you know, um, I don't use it. This right now is the most I've been using the grid system inside of Figma since it's been announced. But also, I haven't been using Figma that much. That's a thing as well. In general, what I'm using stacks, which is columns, and horizontal, like, it's basically, I'm using V stack and H stack, which are auto layout frames, if that makes sense to you. I'm using the scroll views and auto layout frames. That's all I need. Everything is a div that is either vertical or horizontal. Like that div right here contains the icon and the tag. These are, or is, a single auto layout frame, horizontal auto layout frame, with an icon, a spacer, and a tag. And then that card is a vertical stack. So it's a single auto layout frame that is vertical, that contains my header, the thing that I just did, plus a block of text, followed by a block of text. And at the bottom, we have another horizontal H stack, which has a text and an icon. The big icon in the background is an absolute positioning in the corner. That's it. That is a very simple H stack and V stack. That's it. A grid wouldn't make any fucking sense. Around here, however, that's a grid. It's behaving as a vertical stack right here, but also right here. So what I have there, this is what we call the lazy grid, which can reassort itself. So it's a very structured grid. It's not a free-flowing grid, but it is something, it's a grid that goes from having a one column, like a 1FR max thing, to 10FR max thing. And that section is, where the fuck you at? There. That whole section is just defined by a dynamic group container that just makes sure that everything inside of this is going to be good. But yeah, that's the thing. That is the thing. That's a lot of nothing. It could be. It could be. That's the thing. It depends on the use case. Again, that's the usual thing. If I had, like right here, for example, let's say that this, let's say I wanted to create this view, and that's the view that we had, because that's going to be easier for us, right? We can say that these two are vertical stack, that these two are vertical stack, that that new stack and this one on horizontal one, and that container here plus this is also like a vertical stack, that these two are going to be not. So if I get these H stack, like, so V stack vertical, that and that, like that double plus this horizontal as well, that and that is a vertical thing, and then these two are vertical as well. I'm ending up with so many intricate level of frames right about here, right? I have basically 6 level of things, whereas here I have one. I have one with my content. I end up with the exact same thing, right? Everything is gonna flow, or it's supposed to flow the same. Not exactly. God dang. Dang. Kenna, hi, welcome in. How are you? So you have like stack and stack and stack. These ones don't work, but that's fine. And here, I just have one grid and it behaves roughly the same. The only thing that is a bit different is that this one is a fixed proportion of the side. So I could say, even though that's not necessarily true, but I could say if you wanted to get percentage-based system, a grid would make sense, or a lot more sense. But yeah, that's the thing. But then here again, like if I wanted to have this thing specifically to be a grid, I could 100% just get that thing to be a grid and place that somewhere in said grid and make that grid a 3x3 or a 4x4 or something, and just make sure that that specific element that is my said grid has a proper height, and then I can have other things in there. And now, nope. And now that specific element is going to remain here and be behaving like a grid. You know, just for fun. Did that help you understand a bit better how it's kind of working? Also, I feel like based on your last message, I feel like you have an understanding of it's either like or like it's either a stack or it's either a grid, which no, it's whatever the fuck you want. So as you just see here, I have like stacks and grid combined into one singular element. That can work. But then again, grids are used, at least from my point of view, grids are used in a very specific use cases where you need a certain amount of layout to never change, but to still be flexible. Like you want 100% of the time, all the time, no questions asked. A big one, and two small ones right here, followed by a very big one and a big one there. And that needs to flex it in a way, bitch. Needs to flex in a way that just percentage-wise kind of work. If it was just a diagonal thing, it doesn't really change anything. But if the website is like smaller or shorter or something, it retain that aspect ratio thing. It's not an aspect ratio at all, but it retain that layout, even though the content inside might just flex around, but it does retain it. So for example, here, if I had added like a text blocks here, you would have the ability to just get your text to reorganize itself properly. But yeah, it's just, it's not necessary. It's not the most necessary thing. And it's also like one of the things that I haven't done here, which is the auto section. I can 100% just say that that section is always 240 points. So you have a fixed tab bar, for example, and that 240 points are always going to be remaining at 240 points. And that's it. That secondary one is automatic and so on. So you could, I'm going to create another one because it's going to make more sense. You could create something like this and say, here, I know for a fact that I want roughly a 12 column website. And so with that 12 column website right here, with an infinite amount of rows, I don't really give a shit, but let's say 12 or 24 as well, that it's working. I know that this is the case. I know that the first one is always going to be 320 pixel in width. And I know that the first element here is always going to be 65 in height. That, if I resize this frame to a regular website frame at 1280 by, let's say, 750, because that makes sense, I now have a place for my header that will always be 65 in height, and a place for my sidebar that will always be 320 in height in width. So by that default thing that I just did, and then organization of that, right? I'm getting a responsive-ish layout that has my header and my sidebar, and then anything else that I put inside of this section is going to be good and is going to be probably aligned with what I want it to be, because it makes sense. What I could do, instead of having 12 here and being kind of weird here, I could say that I just need 9 columns in total, because that is making a lot more sense. That means that this is like a 1 column based thing for my navigation, and then I have 8 columns to my content. That's a regular website thing. What that means as well here is that my header, it is always 65 in height, can have something like, this is my logo, and then I have page number 1, page number 2, page number 3 that are going to be right here, and then I have my profile picture thing that is going to be on the other side. That, on the flexibility of it, everything is going to remain the same, and it's going to flex appropriately based on my base layout. This is a lot of constraints when you can do that with auto layout, but if you need that, that's basically how table designs used to be when it was like on old internet. But that's basically the use case for your grid. You want something that is fixed in one area and some other things that are not necessarily fixed in others. And so you can 100% just come here and say, well, I have a picture that is going to be right there. I have a title that's going to be here, but it's going to take a bit more space. I know for a fact that my next lines of text are going to be like 1 subline, and there might be like a link or a button or something that just going to be like 2 by something, maybe somewhere around here. That's going to be a way for me to have my layout kind of organized, and this is still going to kind of flex with the content. I could have done that with a stack. I could have done that with something else. But if at some point I'm saying, oh yeah, that thing here is supposed to be right there, it's going to move stuff around. Let me just make that red so it makes sense. Right, it's going to reorder my content in a way that just makes more sense for this specific use case, because it's a flexible kind of auto layout, pushing things around thing. But then again, I can just do that. It's to me, grid is kind of useless. Not gonna lie, but eh, eh. It's a thing. It's an option. You can do whatever. I just did. I just did. again, I don't use grids. I feel like it's a lot of constraint for not a lot of benefits. Um, and you are forced to do stuff that makes no sense. Like here, that whole thing would be much better if I had selected like, oh, this is my logo. My logo is going to have the same height as my whatever tab bar I have, and then I have the pages that is going to be here, and from there I have my search on the other side, and these things are going to be an auto layout frame as well. That's going to be pretty good. And then for the sake of the execution right here, I'm going to just give you this and that being like an auto layout frame on its width, and same thing there. Making sure that this is filling and filling, making sure that this is filling in the height and fixed in the width. And then there, I want this to be fixed and fixed, which is pretty good. I want this to be filling the container as much as it can be. And I want this thing to be fixed and fixed. So that I can just go there, take everything that is inside, make sure that it's filling the container in its width. And now I have a responsive-ish container right there that will just give me the same flexibility, if not more, because now that same container in the center, I can change its content and make like a frame out of this specific thing and have sub-level split for other things inside of here, and have that specific layout be static and all moving. So it's much, to me, it's much more freeing to not have a grid, specifically a grid like this. Like this is a very, very, very constraining grid. But it's both are an option. I would go for the stacks just because it makes more sense in my head. If you are someone that figure out how grids work and it works for you and and you like it, go for grids. If you don't like auto layout nor grid and you just want to have free flowing things like that's one frame, and you just have everything in different spots and you place them manually and so on, that's also an option. Again, everything works. Everything works. No question about it. That's the thing. I don't think there is any specific element in my head that just comes in and that's like, oh yeah, that's a grid for sure. Like there is no question about this. This needs to be a grid. Like this one is the only one that needs to be a grid in a way, but it's just like masonry grids because they make sense. But even there, like the system that we have right about here for that container, which again is a grid, you can see the grid in the inspector, it's just going to show you how it is and how it's defined and displayed and so on. But that's it. Like it's nothing that cannot be achieved with a flex grid or flexbox in my head, even though annoying. That's the thing. So only when you have something that needs to span vertically and horizontally with masonry grids thing does a grid make sense to me. But that's it. Even then, I'm not sure. uh, yeah. If you have things that end up on uneven alignment, then yes, like these two are aligned, but not this one. Like it's just makes no sense to think about all of that when you can have um, them aligned by default and be good with it. Like this one is not feasible in auto layout frames. Basically, that's basically what I'm saying. The Because we don't have a central point that we can align things together. There is no options for us to everything is aligned and so on. So that needs to be a grid. That section here, for example, that first section at the top, everything is aligned exactly on the same lines. So that's an auto layout frame. That's no issues with it. But this one, because we have this bitch and that bitch, needs a grid. That's it. That's the only reason. But at least that's the only thing that I could come up with. Yeah, the rest is so much aligned that the rest of the website doesn't require a grid. That requires a grid for that bitch ass thing in the center, but even then yep, for this one, just for this one. Um, that's it. That's cute as fuck. That's it. Nothing else, to be honest. Goddamn. Goddamn. But yeah, like that's the whole system. Grids are useful when you have uneven alignments. I would say that's the easiest thing to remember. And if if you need to get things in percentage inside of Figma, this is the best option. As far as I know, and again, I haven't touched Figma for real in the past year, so it's been a while. I mean, I have, but like not the same, not learning the stuff. Overall, it's mostly related to or the reason why I'm not using it. It's mostly related to the fact that it's just not behaving as a grid in code. Not exactly. It is like this, but it's missing a lot of things that the grid in CSS would behave, and therefore it just makes no sense. it it needs to have like other options. It needs to have like way more stuff to basically give the designers the feel and the tools that the devs have. So if that's not the case, then it's weird. I don't I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. It is weird. Nonetheless. Nonetheless. I'm sending you to Cat. That's what happened. Because she was late. So yeah, as always, if you want to watch the VOD for some reason, that's gonna be on YouTube. So please go follow there. We are 42 away from monetization. Just go there, follow me there. Uh, if you have questions and I'm not live, as always, the Discord is open for that specifically, and then I shall be back on Friday because that's good. But yeah, as always, if you want to learn Japanese, Can is pretty cool. And if you want to give me some money, you can sub, but that's not necessary. Um, do that. I have 5 seconds to show you the blur on the app icon. All right, go. You do this, you do an effect. Your effect is a layer blur, progressive, bottom 100, done. That's it. All right, take care of yourself. As always, eat something, drink something, be kind to each other, and I'll see you all on Friday. Bye.